All right, let's party. Let's do the party. Hello everyone. Welcome. Welcome to this is like the third or fourth. I think this is the third tabletop Zatsudan I've done as I've made it a continuous thing. Yippee! Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I say hello to everybody. Hello Azurats. How dare you post the fucking XD in my chat before stream starts? Gross. But also how you doing? And thank you for your first. Why the chat box is not working? Oh no. Oh no, that's not good. Why is everything breaking? I don't understand. Don't understand. Okay. Oh, I think I know what's going on. I think I know what's going on. Let me just fix that a little bit. Once we get that fixed, I'm in immense pain. Okay. Hey, there you all are. Yippee! Nice. All right, let me do a quick test. Go Sorry. Hey, there we go. Okay, we're back. We're back. We're so fucking back. So fucking back. All right, let's go back to that. Hello, Kogasa. Bad news. Oh god. Well, I can't see your Pathfinder session in 12 hours of prep. I mean, you don't need that many hours, I think. Maybe we'll find out. Hello, nobody. Hello, Super Tiger Fox. Noise. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Hello, Azurette. Hello, Bilnery. I'm a fucking stretch. You don't need to sleep. It's optional. Optional. Listen, nobody needs sleep. All right. I believe we are back in business. Also got this going over on the YouTubes as well, so I can see all of you nerds chatting there. I don't actually believe I've ever attempted a Triforce. For context, hold on, things like for context, there is a certain funny website on the internet where if you were a real cool poster, you could make a little Triforce appear with triangles. And it was if you did it badly, it was just three triangles just kind of arranged in a very goofy pattern. But I don't think I even bothered. I was just like, I saw people Triforce. I was like, that's cool, I guess. That's fine. When I try to DM, I am metagaming. No, listen. You're allowed to do whatever you want when you're GMing. No, that's not true. I'm not one of those like, yes, the GM can do nothing wrong. And that is why you should, because usually when that means it's like when you're talking about GM stuff, like that, it's usually be someone's like, the GM can do whatever they want. And you're like, yeah, I guess that's true. That's why I'm gonna torture my players. Like, no. You fucked up. You fucked up already. You absolutely fucked up. But now that we're back on track, how's everybody doing? I'm doing very good. I ran out of lacquer primer stuff, but I've been working on minis today. I've been prepping for this. Not this stream is not gonna be like, I like to keep these Zatsus pretty light, but it has been. God damn, how long has it been? How long has it been since I've done anything with Unknown Armies? It has to be a while. Well, yeah, I mean, technically, if you and your players both agree to Fatal, both of you are wrong. If you, what's it called? If the DM sits you down and it's like, we're playing a game tonight, and you're like, yippee, I love tabletop role-playing games, and then whips out Fatal, you're allowed to kill them. I'm pretty sure like 50, like 49 states say that you can kill somebody who forces Fatal on you. The Oklahoma is you have to turn them into the cops. I'm sorry. Oklahoma is a lawless state, and we don't talk about that place. But yeah, check this out. I've been working on. Oh god, these are gonna be really jank looking. Transform. Hit the screen. I've been doing an oil wash on my Chaos Warriors, which I was working on stream a little bit on Thursday. I ran out of the spray that I used to seal the oil paint, though, so not doing so great. Oh, it's a Charlie. How you doing? How you doing? Some of you are going to die, and that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Depends on the game. If it's what's it called? If it's like Dungeon Crawl Classics, I love killing players. Like if everybody like shake hands like this is a violent player killing game. I'm very much on board for that. I'm very much on board. What else did I do today? Oh yeah, as you all saw with the bot acting dumb, I am in the process of moving over to Sammy. Currently, all of my toggles that are like ones you can redeem that aren't like a manual thing from my end, like adding items to my head, have been moved over to Sammy, and thus One thing that's really cool off the bat is the timers work. So 5 minutes of Cursed Pepper Mask will be exactly 5 minutes of Cursed Pepper Mask because it's automatic. Yeah, there we go. So now Meowbernach will last for 10 minutes as God intended. I will not be a hideous fucking cat all my stream. I'll just be a hideous fucking cat, some of it. This is not manual. That was entirely automatic through the power of Sammy. Whoa. Oh, the Nanners fan club is manual though. I gotta do that because there's a lot of work and stuff for that. Sammy is honestly very, very cool. I eventually want to entirely switch over to that, but I need to learn how to use variables. I believe because like the thing is, Sammy is like I'm trying to think of the best way to say this. Also, we should do the Nanners fan club first. All right, so if everybody does not know, this is my wonderful snake Nanners. Also, I believe this command is powered by Sammy now. I have moved it entirely from Mix It Up. God damn, my brain is shutting down today. I removed it entirely from Mix It Up and is now done through Sammy as well. But anyway, Nanners is doing good. She refused my rat offering, so I'm gonna give her like another week or two for her to go back to wiggling and like going outside of like she left her hide like 2 days, and I was like, she's finally awake for the season, and that's a filthy lie. So Kogasa Gasa Gasa, welcome to the sophomore year of the official Nanners fan club. Hello, Matthew. How you doing? Welcome, 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 welcome. Well, the thing that's really cool about Sammy, I mean, I guess you can't. Oh, hold on. Let's go back. Let's go back to the snake pit. Let's go back to the delightful snake pit. Oh, to make sure, Matthew, you are appropriately ranked. Snake time, snake time. I do. It's nice to see her wiggling around. I saw. So, I was looking for a comparison photo of some miniatures I was working on. Basically, I worked on some minis back in like 2020. I worked on some minis back in 2020, and I posted a picture on my very early Twitter. And I was like, I gotta find this thing somewhere. And I saw a little baby photo of Nanners when she would fit around my hand. And like, when I'm not like all clawed out, like my default hands are not super huge. They're reasonable. I got reasonable sized man mitts. But she would still fit around those. I was like, oh, that's very sweet. Hello, Soryu. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And hello, Fred. Hello. Goodbye. But yes, welcome to the junior rank of the official Nanners fan club. Up, 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 and hello, Need Extra Sleep. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the Tabletop Zatsu Dan. But yeah, anyway, where's I going with this tangent? We're gonna tangent a lot. These streams are basically like I get to strap you all in a room and I get to hold a gun and say, all right, we're talking about tabletop nerd shit, the kind of nerd shit that activates my element something fierce. Oh, Ryu, you gotta start, get your daily elf punches in. But yeah, you can, it's totally not too bad to, it's totally not too bad just to like, what's it called? Just do like really basic commands in Sammy, but Sammy basically has a lot of options that are like programming. It's like add an if-else statement. You can do object-oriented programming in Sammy, which is incredibly powerful. Oh, Dustbin, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, there we go. You got your first punch. You got your first punch. You'll get 69 in no time, I believe. I will be streaming for the near future, as far as I'm aware. I don't believe there's any like corpo reincarnations in my future. They wouldn't let me do shit like this. They're not gonna let me do a walkthrough of a tabletop role-playing games from 2003. This is a game from 2003. There was a newer edition, so I should probably start off with that. Unknown Armies has a 3rd edition. And 1st edition and 2nd edition are kind of iterative off of each other. 3rd edition is like, oh, hold on, we got ad break. It's gotta be so confusing for like the stream VODs. By the way, this is going on the VOD YouTube, the one that I do my painting ones as well. So if you like this kind of stuff, if you'd like to get back in there. Oh yeah, no, there was totally a 3rd edition. Oh. It was, hold on, I should probably just describe that when it's actually time. All right, we're back from ad break. Hello, Minidao. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I don't remember when Unknown Armies 3rd edition launched. And from what I understand, it's not a bad game. It's just different from the Unknown Armies I like. Like it's modernized and like not in a way that it's like oh they're making it dumber or something. I feel like saying something gets modernized is like usually a bad sign, at least in terms of art. When you say like we modernized the road system, usually that means yay less potholes. But when you say I modernized a tabletop RPG, it's like oh no they made it worse. Um, but it's so Unknown Armies at the time is almost like a White Wolf-esque time capsule of like the late 90s, early 2000s. But when this game was released, that was the time. That was new. Like Y2K was only like 3 years old at this point, and there's still a lot of things that reference it. Oh, Nitrous, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Talk about Unknown Armies. Enjoy your lurk. Get your lurking. Get your lurking. Make my Chaos Warriors really small for absolutely no reason. So it's very different. I find that like Unknown Armies Second Edition was not meant to be a time capsule of its era, but I still love it for that reason. I think you could take the same book and like still like you could take Unknown Armies Second Edition and run a game in 2024, and I don't think it would be the worst. It would be it would be weird though. Like there would definitely be some like things in the book that the book takes as assumption that you would have to take in mind. Yeah, I mean, this book is like, okay, I don't know how old some of you are. This book is 21 years old. Remember, the minimum age of my stream is 18. So if you're 17, I'm going to throw you into the goddamn sun. But there's a non-zero chance that you could watch my stream, not be a child, and still be younger than this book. Unknown Armies Second Edition can drink. First edition from like 98. Oh, Whiplash, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're doing the Tabletop Zatsu, which I've been making a regular thing now. And yeah, no children. Whenever a minor wanders into my stream, the weird thing is like I don't usually go like, my name's Terry, I'm 13 and I like you playing Minecraft. Like usually those are pretty obvious. Mine will be like whenever somebody is like, oh, I just had a rough day of school today. I'm like, oh yeah, college is rough for us. And they're like, no, I'm in high school. I'm like, how old are you? And they're like, I'm 17. And then I hit the ban. I go beep and I throw them into the sun. I've done that a couple of times. Like there was even one. There was one guy who was like, I don't know if they're trying to be clever or not, but they're like, yeah, I just turned 18. I'm like, okay. Also, Spectrofusion, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? I'm talking about, you better not be 12, I swear to God. You're probably fine. But basically, I was like, wait a minute. If you just turned 18 today, I saw you in other streams of mine in the past. And because of that, you lied to me. And thus, I must kill you now. But yeah, no, Unknown Armies Second Edition is 21 years old. Oh yeah, I lived through. I was 9 during Y2K. It was kind of interesting. 29 tired. Hell yeah. I'm 33, going to be 34 and tired. You're in good company. You're in good company. Were you thinking about doing Lancer stuff? Oh my god, Random Rivers would be cool. Yeah. I do want to do. Actually, a lot of you have been asking for me to do more Lancer stuff, and there's like a couple people I think I would like to ask for Lancer. So yeah, I mean Lancer is a game that I enjoy. I've only got to run it once, but like, yeah, basically whenever I mention Lancer. Oh, Crichton, welcome. Listen, everybody knows I got bad memory, but I want to say, Crichton, you said something to the degree of like late 30s, maybe early 40s, something like that. You're a little bit more advanced hag than I am. If I'm blanking. Okay, thank God. I'm a little jelly of VTubers who could be like have photographic memory of everyone's details. I have very bad memory. My brain is filled with goop, and I use it to grow stuff out of my brain. But that doesn't mean I'm good at remembering. So I'm glad everyone bears with me. I mean, Lancer is a game that I will say something that Lancer does really well is if you show a complete tabletop normie Lancer. I know we're going to talk about Unknown Armies, but we're just going to tangent right now. What's it called? I'm gonna watch some TTS. Nice, hell yeah! You've fulfilled your duty. You can finally rest, brave warrior. But like, for context, when you show like a normal person, like someone with no tabletop experience, D&D, they're like, oh, I get it. I might be into that thing. If you show like a normal person a fucking Lancer mech, they're like, yo, I want to play that game, and then you're like, charts. No, it's not charts. Luckily, CompCon is one of the better third-party applications to a RPG. No, it's first party. Anyway, like one of the better character builder and mech management things I've seen in a game. It's very nice. It's very nice. I would need to refresh myself on Lancer, but I still got like general ideas for it. I kind of had a plot for a Lancer campaign that I want to run at some point. Anyway, God, I never used Chummer for Shadowrun. I think my players did. The one time that I played an RPG that needed a tool that was really, really bad, Exalted Second Edition. I forget what the name of the tool was, but there was basically a tool to manage all of your charms and stats and martial arts and stuff like that. Yeah, I've made 2 fatal characters manually. So what? So what? And I won listen, I won the lottery. Like, Charlie, if for context, I've made 2 fatal characters manually on stream, drunk, twice. I still have no idea how to play fatal. That's the funny thing is I made characters twice. I could not tell you how that system runs. You can make a character, because like fatal is made by rolling charts, it's very actually like quote unquote easy to make a fatal character. You don't have to know shit about how fatal works. You just roll D100s and you're like, my ass does what? And you write that down in your spreadsheet. But like my first character was a 27-year-old Christmas cake nymphomaniac tomboy with brown skin and like a sundress. So excellent character design. Best. Second character was an ogre with the maximum size for anal circumference. I don't ever need to make a fatal character again. I can't beat that. I can't beat either of those options. Like that is the fatal lottery, you know? Legitimately, the first one, it was entirely random. I rolled entirely random, and it was like that. Yeah, it was entirely random twice. I actually almost didn't think I was going to get the max anal circumference till I realized it was like due to like the ogre's height or the strength that I got an extra one. Oh yeah, that's another funny thing. Fatal, like if I just say the words anal circumference, you just see fucking like Vietnam flashbacks of you just see Vietnam flashbacks of like anything anyone knows about Fatal. It's bad. It's bad. But yeah, Shadowrun's again is like it's a fuck you system. I like the idea of Shadowrun, but if I had to run Shadowrun, I would just use Cyberpunk. I would just use Cyberpunk and be like, you're an elf now. I know there's magic, which I need to figure out. I'm sure somebody's hacked magic into Cyberpunk. Anyway, though. Anyway, Shadowrun, great setting, bad system. Play the games. Legitimately play the video games. You'll have a better time. But yeah, so today though, we're gonna do Unknown Armies. Hold on, I just realized something. There we go. I had to bring the Twitch chat back here for some reason because it'd be like that. This is gonna be interesting, and that this will effectively be the first time I've done like a character building stream where I am entirely sober, which is very fun. Karmic advantages to being. Oh yeah, I mean that was legitimately for years in a lot of tabletop RPGs. It's funny because like the whole like I don't think it's actually real discourse. I think it's mostly people trying to be angry and people trying to be nice, but in like a way that's a little silly. About like D&D combat wheelchairs, but there was a type of like min-maxer who would be like, listen, I'm going to be John Shoots. I don't need legs. Wheelchair bound. Get all of the points. I'm wheelchair bound. I got halitosis. I took all the penalties to my charisma and any other social skill that this game would let me. I have an evil twin that's out to kill me. I have NAM flashbacks. I have every penalty that would not affect what I want to do, which is big shoots. And that person is real, and they're still out there to some degree. To some degree, yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Oh yeah. No. Oh yeah. A lot of the D&D combat. The thing is, they're usually broken. Like I'm pretty sure that the Pathfinder 2e combat wheelchairs are actually so strong that like, or if it's the Pathfinder 2e or the D&D 5e one, they're so strong that technically if you have working legs, you should just get one. They're really good. You should just do fucking like, I don't know, like roller derby stuff, but in sick combat wheelchairs. And where's that tabletop RPG? I want my fucking wheelchair roller derby RPG. That would be rad as fuck, honestly. There needs to be more roller derby RPGs. However you want to get there. Anyway, anyway. So today's thing will be Unknown Armies, and you can all thank Crichton for this one because I shill Unknown Armies a lot. It's a game that I love to pieces. It's a very weird game though. I understand that it's hard for people to look at and be like, how, what the fuck do I do in this weird hell game that you have unleashed upon me? What does this mean? What am I supposed to be doing right now? And don't worry, we're gonna go through that. We're gonna go through that. Like I said, I got the character sheet. I cannot show from the book because unlike the Trench Crusade stuff, this is not free. You have to buy this. I believe Drive Through RPG has digital copies. I own a copy in my where's it at in my bookshelf right now? If I look behind me, where is my copy of Unknown Armies? Oh, I see it. It's underneath my copy of the Dune RPG, nestled. Oh god, I gotta move my bookshelf. That my poor copy of Unknown Armies is sandwiched under like Exalted Third Edition and the Call of Cthulhu Keeper's book, and a weird Spanish future game I got called Faith. I have no idea what goes into that. But I Glasswalker Werewolf's other ironic gunfight. I mean, luckily it's with a werewolf. It's not like you have to worry about gunfights. You're just like, fuck it, I'm going full Guru and I'm gonna beat the ever loving shit out of you. Balance assistance tool and the creator. Oh. I never actually looked into any of that. Like third-party tools for Pathfinder. I think I got like the character builder because my group said it was nice, and that's about it. Anyway. So what is Unknown Armies? I cannot find there's original picture from a very certain fun place on the internet that was effectively calling it cosmic bum fights, and I cannot find that edit anymore. And it's not entirely inaccurate. It's not entirely inaccurate. So at a very basic level, Unknown Army Second Edition is a early 2000s horror RPG about a bunch of schlubs kind of stumbling their way into the occult underground and the level of kind of just like reality, like destroying bullshit and horror and fucking like the hubris of man kind of getting all mixed up into that. It's kind of like people who are in way over their heads, but they keep going deeper and deeper because they're fundamentally broken people. It is a horror game, yes. I it is it's not like I'm trying to think of some other good comparison of horror RPGs. I know Call of Cthulhu is like the gold standard of horror RPGs, but it's not like you read a spooky book and you get 1d10 insanity points. I know that's a very reductive form of Call of Cthulhu. It's a more kind of personal horror, and like for context on the character sheet, there are 5 separate madness meters, and you're gonna be like, "How? That's a lot." And like they make sense in play. They will totally make sense in play, but we will get to that. We will get to that. And there's effectively kind of the big thing is I'm also probably going to put some pictures on there. And hello, this mayor. How you doing? That was a weak snap. Nice. There we go. There we go. But yeah, we'll be getting some pictures for the screen. Let me see. Let me get my screenshots folder. Yeah. So, effectively, there are 3 tiers of play for Unknown Armies. There's like street level, kind of international level, and then sort of when you are doing a big kind of global conspiracy sort of game. Hello, Dasher. How you doing? Welcome. Fuck yeah, 13 months. Let's go. Oh, also, Azurats, I did not thank you for your 23 months as well. Almost 2 fucking years. Let's go. Also, hello, VeggieX. Do not worry. And hello, Kuroji. Welcome. A lot of people are coming in. Don't worry. I'm doing a how kind of like a little tabletop walkthrough of Unknown Armies Second Edition. So we are very early on, and I'm kind of explaining it. It is a game of cosmic horror. Ooh, it's okay. Lurk as much as you gotta do. You gotta tell me how the 3D printing's going, though. Oh shit, we're going mimic mode. All right, let's go. We can do that. I can be extra horror today. Yay. Yippee. Let's go. So, I can't chef's kiss in this form, though, which is the problem. Hold on. Mwah. It's a it's I say cosmic horror, but it's a very personal horror, especially at the different tiers. So let's see. People I know won't play touchings other than 5e to plebes. Have you like, and I don't mean this to be mean, have you offered to run something for them? Like, I do feel your pain though. I do feel your pain. But you could throw treats, yeah, just go like, "Ah," just throw snacks in there. That'd be ideal. So base level Unknown Armies is a D100 game. You have a stat or a skill, and you try to roll under that. If you roll at your level or under, it's a success. Above, it's a failure. If you roll matches, like if you roll 22 and you had to get a under a 30, that's like effectively a extra special good roll, and then crits are at the upper end at 100 and the lower end at 1. So basic dealio, basic dealio. Closure. Ooh. Oh god, that sounds nice. For some reason, my 3D printer will not, like, it keeps clogging, and I don't know why. There's probably some part I gotta get for it. Oh god, no. That the idea of like I'm very whatever on 5th edition, and I'm kind of whatever on Pathfinder 2e, if I'm gonna be honest. Um the idea of morphing one into the other sounds absolutely awful. So I'm scrolling through a lot of opening fiction. I don't. It's neat. There's a lot of there's a lot of fiction in here, which is pretty solid. But like, it's not going to be super useful for what we're doing right now. So okay, time for the first of many screenshots. So this is like, I think this is effectively what they're showing. Like, ah, yes, your first level party will be these. There's nothing wrong with making mecha. So yeah, here's a. So the money thing is understandable. So yeah, you start out with like effectively a bunch of like, at the in 2003 terms, this is a crowd of like slightly renegade, off the grid kind of normal people. This game, the art inside of it is functional but charming with some genuinely good pieces, but there's a lot of just like comic sort of art. I like the lady with the bloody bats. All right, so I will. I mean, I playing Unknown Armies, I think that's pretty applicable for this, especially once I start describing the madness tracks. Um, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pause the music real quick though, which is probably faint anyway. I'm not gonna entirely read from the book, but I'm going to read this passage called "There is an Occult Underground." This will kind of give you like a setting of the mood. The writing in this is genuinely very good. So here we go. Beneath the living mirror of heaven, beneath the whirl of our desires, there are streets with secret names. They connect the back alleys of civilization with the urine-stained vacant lots of the cosmos. They take you to the occult underground. You can't call information for the underground's phone number. It doesn't advertise in Rolling Stone. There are no maps that show its borders. Yet you know it exists, or rather, it has to exist. You know it in your bones. You know because you've heard the rumors. A song that drives people to suicide. A man whose face melts with each dawn. A videotape that shows the birth of a goddess. There are lots of rumors. They are different. The people you hear them from are different, like the weird drunk in the bar who lit his cigarettes without matches, or the street performer whose juggling pins pirouetted in unison between his hands. When you asked him how they did it, he smiled and said, it's just a magic trick. And then the drunk sloppily pulled a quarter from you. The juggler dropped the pin, and the moment was gone. The feeling of truth remained. Hello, Queek. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, I do like Legend of Five Rings. That's a game that I think would be neat, but I've not super looked into. I'm doing good. We're reading about Unknown Armies. I'm reading the kind of like the little opening blurb for the beginner kind of tier. Finally, he knew what it was. The look in their eyes. Once you noticed it, you couldn't help but see it. Maybe every week or two, you'd pass someone on the street, and for a second, your eyes would meet, and there it would be. You can't describe that look. Sometimes it seems like the hunger of a junkie, and other times it's the smug satisfaction of a fat tycoon. In the mornings when you're half awake, on the weekends in the nightclub bathrooms, catch yourself staring into the mirror, looking for the look. It's not it's not there yet, but you feel it coming on. The way a tickle in your nose as you're catching a cold. You want it now. You want to know what they know. You want to walk down those secret streets and see where they go. Some seek the occult underground for power, power to change their bodies, change their lives, change the world. Others seek the occult underground for knowledge, the knowledge of their hearts, of their dreams, of the cosmos themselves, the cosmos itself. Everyone finds what they desire, but you know what they desire truly is. What they desire truly is until it's upon them. You know these things. Something big is going down. You don't know what, but you can feel it all around you. It's in the air, in the headlines of news, in the blurry images on television. It is a secret you have yet to grasp, but you could swear it was there in the dream you heard it was whispered. You know more. The world you know is not enough. You want to go deeper, and at times you want to let go of reality and let yourself slip in some kind of pure understanding. Anything would be better than daily life. You know there's a place of ideas, and it contains all your desires. But there is a danger there. People vanish, die horribly, become madmen for the sake of whatever that secret is that lies in the heart of the unseen world. That world is the occult underground. Find it before it finds you. Yay, there we go. So yeah, that is sort of the opening blurb, the true fiction of Unknown Armies. At least at this level. This is street level Unknown Armies. Arguably, probably in the way that low level D&D is what people are most likely to run. Actually, I don't know. Unknown Armies is an interesting beast where I believe that the opening street level is a very good foundation, but a lot of the stuff that makes the game iconic is not really super available until later on, which I'll explain what that is. I'll explain the iconic stuff because adept magic is very, very fun. Hello, Girlson. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? Some pirate themed one that's actually punish you for being. That's very odd. I don't. I feel like that's like the point of being a pirate is to do pirate thing. Isn't that weird? I don't know. I don't know why you would do that. Also, I really do want to play. I do want to play through Into the Breach or Through the Breach. I like the Malifaux setting as a setting. It's a very good setting. But it is my Malifaux has left to rot for a while. So and this is also something that I enjoy about Unknown Armies, and then this is pretty much another thing it's known for are rumors. Unknown Armies is very much a game about rumors, and like it's that kind of like that JoJo thing where it's like it's bullshit, but I believe you. If I can find that. Because like legitimately that experience, like that's bullshit, but I believe it. That is unironically what I consider a very core pillar of Unknown Armies, where a lot of the game is you hear things that like from your character's perspective are bullshit. Like you're like, that can't be right. That doesn't make any sense. But the more you kind of tread into this world, the more it's like, oh no, that's real and that's dangerous. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Congratulations on the comment, catching up on the comic. I am currently going through Unknown Armies, a tabletop RPG from 2003 about kind of like a more personal sort of cosmic horror, occult practices, rumors, and other stuff. So I'm not gonna read every single one of these. There's a lot. There's just like there's a lot of little fun rumors. Like there's a man who lives behind a trap door in the sporting goods section of a Walmart in South Dakota. If you ask him for a lemon, he will accurately predict your future to you. Every single president in the United States has had a glass eye. Same glass eye. Let's see. The final scores of every year's Super Bowl are part of ever-changing numerology formula that can start and stop wars. Like this kind of stuff. Or like I've even heard some of some of these are kind of like really kind of goofy, like nonsense small town rumors. But there's also ones like the interstate highway system was actually laid out as a giant magical glyph to enable the summoning of a demonic legion in case of a Soviet attack. I've heard all kinds of stuff like that where there's like if you trace like the patterns of the way certain cities are built, you're like, oh shit, that's like an occult thing. Sometimes it's like it's supposed to be like a nod to like Freemasons and whatnot, as in more like, yeah, I'm a city planner, I'm a Mason, check it out. I'd made something cool for other Masons. Yes, that is the like you could that's the thing though, exactly. Dashard's getting it. So you're like, you hear that rumor and you're like, is the glass-eyed a real president? Like that's a very logical follow-up to like what would be an Unknown Armies hook. Probably does. There's also, it probably does include 40. It maybe even includes a rare 46. There's also another rumor in like one of the later ones where it's like every president has a skull room filled with all the skulls of the previous dead presidents, and it gives them information. The reason why JFK got shot in the head is because he was a powerful psychic and would take over all of the other skulls. Also, the very last rumor on this one is just very fun. Bigfoot has a social security number. So yeah. Although there's more rumors, but like, oh, another good one. The dodo is still bred in secret by an Amish community. They use its liver to brew an immortality potion. In Memphis, there's a phantom Piggly Wiggly. It's where local ghosts go to buy groceries. Anyway. These are very, it's very tempting just to look through these, because like if you do nothing but this RPG, just look through the rumor list sometimes. It's fun. Everyone forgets about the other 5 symbols of the Zodiac, which I think one of them is cat. There's the Zodiac myth is like, I believe that cat was like, felt like was like asleep when all the Zodiacs got assigned, so it got left out. I know there's an anime built off that premise called like Edotama, I believe. On one hand, Edotama is a very fun, kind of goofy show. It's also sesame oil propaganda. The entire show is like, oh, friendship and anime and whatnot. Also, you should cook with sesame oil because that shit is the best. We should drink sesame oil. It's so good. And as somebody who makes a lot of stir fries, yeah, I agree. Sesame oil fucks. Sesame oil fucks super hard. I've been to that Piggly Wiggly. Is it nice? I've unironically never been to a Piggly Wiggly. They just don't exist where I'm at. There's just no Piggly Wigglies in my general area. All right. So, what we're going to do is we are going to build a character, and in a rare turn of events, I am not drunk. I am not drunk at all. Wow, wild. I am sober. I'm mostly joking, but it's because I did it for a while. I've done a thing. So I might just tuck this like, I might just tuck this like right there because it's accurate. Because for me, for a while, I don't know why my brain worked like this, but it was like, hey, every like milestone, like it used to be like every 500 followers, and it'd be like every 1,000 when like I kind of felt like 500 would be like too much. Where I would get drunk and I'd make a character on stream, and I had a lot of fun with those. It was a fun thing to do. I did enjoy doing that. But then, like, for some reason, my brain was just never like, why don't I just do that sober? You know, I could just do that. I could just do that. It's part of like, as well, part of my 2024, not resolution, but effectively what I want to do is, kind of rebalance my stuff to kind of like, as a tabletop VTuber, I have been slacking in a lot of tabletop aspects. This is the year I'm cutting out video games on Saturdays for the most part. Which is why we're doing this Saturday, as an example. So yeah, more tabletops, less video games. All right. So in Unknown Armies, you have a triggering event, which is the foundational aspect of like. Because here's the thing: assuming you're starting street level, which is kind of what they recommend you do, you have to explain why you are some effectively everyday kind of like small time weirdo. Like you're not going to be like a CEO. You are going to be some kind of schlubby middle to lower middle to like middle class and below, ideally probably lower middle class person that kind of like stumbles their way into the world of just like weird occultist nonsense and rumors and the supernatural. So that's effectively your trigger event is like how you did that. Like how did you get to that point? And there's a couple examples in the book of like different triggering events where it's like when you were 8 you saw a ghost, or like let's see. Okay, here's one. Here's an example of what they consider a triggering event. On your 15th birthday, your parents gave you a puppy. You loved that dog, but your grandfather, who lived down the street, hated her. When you walked by with the puppy on a leash, your grandfather would come out to the window of his old rundown house and scowl. One evening, you came home late and your parents said the dog had run away. They looked all around, called her name, and had no luck. You ran out in the night to find her. Your grandfather was sitting on his porch and he called over to you, looking grave. I ate her, he said. I had to. She had your grandmother's eyes. You would never speak of this again. Your parents didn't believe you. 2 years later, he died of a heart attack. So that's considered like it technically doesn't necessarily have to have anything to do with like the plot that's going on. It's just like what weird shit kind of keyed you on that something happened. Unironically, your triggering event could be I got hooked on Charmed and dived down the rabbit hole of Wicca. But you know what? Let's do that. You know what? Let's do that. We're like part of this is just making a character. So on the triggering event, I'm gonna put that down. Hooked on Charmed and dived down the rabbit hole of Wicca. Excellent. All right, we're building the character. We're building the character live. I might make more tonight too. All right. So we got our triggering event. Oh god, released in 2002. It's even older. It's 22. Oh, it won an Emmy in 2003. It must have been like one of those like late 2000 games. Something like that. Yeah. Look at a little like witch music art run out. It kind of does. Fallout especially. Like it's like Grandpa's a ghoul. All right, so you have your triggering events, and then it kind of talks about the idea of like, hey, you don't have to have a party in this game. Something that's kind of neat about a game of this scale is you could run this one-on-one. But it is assumed that you have like friends and contacts. It's like, are these the people that are with you at work? Are they just your friends? Are you Scooby doing it? Like you can have a plot where you and a bunch of people live out of the back of an RV and you road trip all across the United States after getting like viewer tips about weird bullshit that like Coast to Coast AM won't pick up. Like you could be like B team occult investigators. Hello, Upslate Proxy. How you doing? Welcome. We're doing a Zatsudon as I explained Unknown Armies, and we build a character. So, and it gives you like basically the idea of like, all right, let's say you're occult investigators, and this is not a game where it's like go to the gear chart in the back of the book and find out how many pieces of rope do you have. Roll a d10. Do you have a crowbar? No. It's arguably it's a very modern game. Like Greg Stoll's, the guy who wrote it, has been like generally well regarded in the tabletop RPG industry. He's written some other books that I cannot remember off the top of my head. Let's see. Greg Stoll's. There we go. I feel like I would recognize a couple. Sorry, it's Stolzy. My bad. I forgot his website header literally is how you pronounce his name. I'm a fucking idiot. So Unknown Armies, Wild Talents, which is a pretty popular. Oh fuck, he did Delta Green. Okay, that would explain a lot. Delta Green's also a cool RPG. Delta Green's a really cool RPG. Hey, do you guys like Call of Cthulhu? What about instead of Call of Cthulhu in like the 1920s, what it actually is like you're doing some like Delta Force shit, where it's like you work for the US government. You are Delta Green. You have a gun and you basically have to stop mythos bullshit from like leaking into normal day life. You show up every day to work. And it is kind of SCP Foundation before that became like a pop culture thing, because it's like it predates SCP by like a huge margin, I believe, or at the very least the current iteration of that. But it is kind of it's less because like, okay, tell me if I'm wrong because I know very little about SCP. It's less about you being kind of like a bunch of scientist people trying to keep shit contained, and more like, oh fuck, a bunch of idiots have managed to summon like some horrible Lovecraft bullshit, and you have your gun and you have to go there to stop it. The mortality rate is high, and chances are after even like a couple of sessions, your character legitimately has an in-character choice, might not show up to work that day because he's got a 45 caliber breakfast to eat that morning. Something like that. It's neat. It's a neat idea. Okay, so yeah, this guy's done some stuff that is like generally well liked within the tabletop world. Also, Rain, which is a game that I swear I've heard before, but I cannot remember what goes down in Rain. Wait, is Rain the one that uses the ore system? I believe. I think so. Anyway. So a lot of the ideas, like when you're working with the other PCs, and you're like, all right, what is our group? Like, what are we doing? How do we know each other? That determines what assets you get. So it's like you set your goals, you set your assets. So it's like you're occult investigators. You got an RV, maybe. You don't got a lot of money. You might have a gun if you're lucky. You have a bunch of like kind of like bullshit stuff in your back. You got some snacks. That's it. That's your stuff. Like I said, this is definitely a game where like the idea of your entire party being impoverished, like legitimately you could run the game where like everybody else is normal. You're normal people. Maybe you saw something spooky when you're younger. One of your roommates comes back like half dead. It could be like, honestly, you could probably run like a supernatural. I have to imagine, like, I don't know if supernatural is like a direct influence, but you could run like a kind of like early supernatural thing in this. A little bit of X-Files too. Though Unknown Armies is not really about aliens, weirdly enough. This is sort of skipping ahead, but part of the horror of Unknown Armies is the cosmology. And the cosmology of Unknown Armies is this. Humans are the only sapient species in the entire galaxy. It's just us. That's it. Earth is the only planet with humans on it. That's it as well. Everything is humans, which that sounds like that might be comforting sounding, but it also is kind of a weird cosmic finality of, oh god, we're alone out there and this is as good as it's gonna get. Like this is what we got. I feel that kind of adds I think to like the kind of horror aspect. And that legitimately might be like a plot where it's like you start Unknown Armies chasing aliens, and then you eventually learn like, oh no, it's aliens aren't real. The occult is real, but aliens. Yeah, it is kind of the Fermi paradox, which is, if I remember, I'm a little rusty on it, but I believe it's the implication that like if aliens are out there, they were either should be super advanced enough to like contact us, or they're not, or that they're just so far away that by the time their civilization crumbles, we will like they'll send us a message into space, and then even if we were to receive that message, they might have been extinct for millions of years at that point. It would be a waste of space. I'm firmly in the there is probably something out there by sheer odds. Whether we'll see it, I don't know. We'll find out. Be good to your planet, everyone. Be good to your planet. Anyway, so that's you putting together your group. And now we're going to make the rest of our character. We got the triggering event. We watched Charmed, and we've been getting hooked on Wicca, as one does. So now, everybody, we're gonna do this. I'm not probably going to do polls, but if you all want to throw some ideas out there, your obsession. What is our obsession? This is the thing we are incredibly incredibly focused on. Or how about we'll name the character? How about Alex Chatsworth? There we go. Alex is a nice gender neutral name, and Chatsworth is because we're building this together. Yeah, there we go. You thought you just get to watch? No, you get to play too. Well, we're running. We're doing stuff. I don't have a session prepared for this. If push comes to shove, maybe. I mean, we could maybe do porn. Ideally, here we could even let me look over kind of like what it gives you some ideas for obsessions. It's basically something that legitimately defines your entire existence and gives your life meaning. Like straight up, like some of the examples are like someone who's obsessed with like knowing everything, Egyptian antiquities, breaking and entering, getting like legitimately one of them is just getting fucking ripped. One of them is just pleasure. Pleasure is one on there. You tried S&M, B&D, LSD, PCP, and XTC, and then you tried them all again, only this time on a water slide. That's a very early 2000s line. That's a very early 2000s line. We can do that though. We can do for right now. We'll write down pleasure. If we want to change theoretical Unknown Armies character like midway through this, we could change that. I was thinking about like legitimately when I was looking through the character creation. Pleasure's under back there. When I was looking through character creation, I did realize that like legitimately you could have somebody whose entire plot point, like whose entire goal is just based around like from the pleasure to the obsession. No, sorry, from the obsession to the trigger. Someone who just wants to fuck Bigfoot. You can make a perfectly cromulent Unknown Armies character whose only goal is to fuck Bigfoot, which is very, very funny. All right. So next part of your character is your various stimuli. And basically what these are is like, if you're put into a fear situation, here we go. Let me see. The big gussy. Exactly, exactly. Sometimes you gotta, sometimes you gotta. So you got these three fear things. And what's really cool about them is or not fear necessarily. You have your three passions. You have your three passions of rage, fear, and noble stimulus. And if you're doing something and you're in a situation or the task involves your stimulus, it will trigger that and you will get to flip flop your dice. Like I said, this is a roll under system. So let's say you have a skill and everything is going to be like you need to hit a 30 and you roll a 52. Now, if it matches one of your stimuli though, you could flip flop the dice to make it a 25 and succeed. It's pretty huge actually in this game. Also, something this game does is if you have at least 15% in a skill, it's just assumed you're good enough to do that most of the time. Unknown Armies, because it is a horror game, but like a lot of the skill checks are very low for a D100 roll under system. A lot of them are very low, and there are some situational bonuses. But the general idea is that like if you're competent in something, like you don't need to roll. Let's say you have like this is kind of a thing that happens for some GMs that like make you roll every single time. Especially ones with like bad crit fails in a system, or like if you're an idiot and you're homebrewing crit fails into your D&D. Don't do that, by the way. D&D is not meant for crit fails. You just make your players into bumbling morons. And it will hurt them way more than it will hurt your enemies. But, as an example, driving. If you have driving at 15, you can drive a car. And 99% of the time, like if you're just driving and there's nothing going on, like it's not, especially the weather's not particularly bad, like you don't like it's a normal day, you're just going to the grocery store to get milk. Like you literally just want to go to get some milk, right? You don't need a roll. You can just drive. The game is like you're competent enough, you're driving. However, when you would have to roll is if like there would be like a dramatic tense moment. And usually the DM isn't even going to be like, oh no, it's raining, you got to roll drive. No. It would be like you're driving and suddenly you see someone behind you is rapidly speeding up, trying to ram you. Let's say someone is trying to ram your car and you're like, what the fuck? Why? Why are you doing that? And most people who are competent at driving probably would get into a bit of a panic situation when that would happen, which is why, like, if you only have the bare minimum to be competent, like moderately, like minimally competent driving at 15, that's when you have to roll a difficult D100 roll under a 15 to see if you can avoid, like, see if you can, like, split second swerve out of the way. Yeah, I don't know. Crit fails are fun in a system where the characters are disposable and everyone's aware of that. Like, if you're doing, like, if you're doing something where it doesn't matter, if you crit fail, that's fine. Like a kind of like paranoia Dungeon Crawl Classic sort of game. I think those are fine. But yeah, if you're trying to do if you're trying to do like a serious game, crit fails will just eventually make all the PCs into bumbling idiots. Oh yeah, no, I've been in that situation too. Like I remember my thing, it was kind of drizzly outside, and this is many years ago. Somebody just immediately swerved into me, and in order just to not full on collide with this other car, I tried to jerk the wheel right to like not get hit, like full on hit, and I ended up spinning out of control and hitting a bumper rail on the side of the highway. Just totaled the car entirely. No one was seriously hurt. But that was that kind of situation where like I was like fresh off of driving school. Well, not that fresh, but like it was enough where I wasn't like super duper road smart. How you doing, Chieftain? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? We're making a character in the game of Unknown Armies, the game of cosmic horror. It's cosmic bum fights especially. So yeah, let's we're making a character kind of. And I'm taking some chat suggestions for various stuff. So like we'll start with the fear passion. This is when you get into a situation where let's see, where it would cause you to effectively for the adrenaline to kick in. So like you could have like dogs or like fire. We could write fire for now unless anyone's got like a better one. We'll do fire. So like if like you see a fire nearby or like well, not really fire nearby, it's like if like a place you're in starts catches fire or like there's a legitimate risk if you get hurt by fire, it will trigger and you'll kind of go into like kind of like that fear adrenaline state. And you got the rage passion. What makes you angry? What and like the rage passion, which is kind of neat too. Which is so like the fear stimulus. I'm pretty sure mostly involves like it triggers when you want to get the fuck out of the way. Like it's not going to be like you're going to roll your fear of fire to like wrestle a flaming torch out of some dude's hand. It's going to be to like get the fuck out of there. Rage is the opposite, where something makes you angry and you're going to like do violence to it. You get some extra dice flip floppery. So like I could say I could do, let's see. This is going to be a personal one of mine. People who bike on highways. I'm not bitter. I'm not upset by but yeah. So if ever you need to commit violence on someone who bikes on, that one's probably too specific. Like it would be very rarely to come up in a game. Like there's some other ones. Like there's just like one of them is just like stuck up assholes. Like you could literally like I could even just kind of like reduce that down to like assholes. So someone's an asshole to you and you're getting into an altercation. You could kind of get into that. And a lot of this stuff is also like very ask your DM what's right for you. Like it's not that it's like a Mother May I sort of thing, but it is kind of dictating the tone. It does kind of trust that you and everybody in your group will work together to be like, okay, we're not trying to make like super min-max characters. We're trying to do a thing. We're trying to tell a story. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? What would be the right level of kind of between like hyper specific and too broad? For that. So yeah, so evolve. I mean, that could be it too. Legitimately, there could have like an event in the story where it just takes place in the middle of a bicycle marathon, and you're just like, I'm upset, getting angry. And then the last one is your noble passion. It's like a thing that like, let's see. It's a thing that you kind of put your whole like it's a cause you believe in so much you're willing to risk your life for it. To the point where like you can flip flop rolls for noble stimulus if like you are on the line, like straight up. Like one of them in here is kind of nice. It's how about we could do we could do hag love. So if you do have hag love as noble stimulus, you could get some extra better chance of succeeding if you put your body in a risky situation for a hag. I'm sure all of you would do that. So let's just see what character we kind of created so far. Just entirely based off of what we've chosen. We've seen somebody who has been kind of just like they know basic. They thought charm was neat and they started looking into Wicca. They love pleasure. They love indulging themselves in basically anything that feels good, which at the moment might be Wicca. Who knows? This could just be part of a long line of a series of just various, just like maybe even just like the kind of passions that they pick it up. They're like, wow, this is neat. Dedicate like super hard for like maybe 6 months and then move on to the next thing. They hate assholes, but they love hags. And they're afraid of fire. So we got a very loose concept of a character altogether right now. So we're getting there. We're getting there. And we can probably go back and refine this a little bit too. And then I believe we can, and then there's like then you can write down like your personality. And something they kind of like using too is that they like putting things in like very short terms. So like they say like the reluctant warrior or the weary observer, or you could do like a zodiac personality, or even they recommend like um a pop culture personality. So like you could be like, oh, my character's a lot like Obi-Wan, where it's like they literally say Obi-Wan Kenobi from Star Wars. Like they straight up name drop Obi-Wan Kenobi in the rules, which is very funny. But but yeah, basic idea is like you just want to sum up your personality real quick. So like we could just kind of build off of that, off of what we are talking about. We could do like easily bored hedonist. There we go. Then is. Goddamn, I cannot spell. Is that even spelling hedonist right? Maybe. I did it. Yay, I spelled it right. Yippee, let's go, let's go. Also, thank you for the head pat. Yeah, head pats have to be renewed now. So if you would like to keep patting me on the head, because Sammy's nice. I used to have a thing with Mix It Up where if I put a timer on like, all right, activate head pat, wait 10 minutes, deactivate head pat, that would never work. Oh, that's true. Yeah, this was Lucasfilm's era. Yeah. Ironically enough as well. Uh They also have Snape from Harry Potter name dropped in this. So like you can kind of get, and like there's that Goodfellas, the Blair Witch Project. You could definitely tell like the culture. Like I said, this book was not meant to be a cultural snapshot, but it is now. It definitely is now. There we go. I just want to move my head slightly so you can all see like there we go. God, I wish Twitch would just let me combine chats. I want to combine the YouTube and Twitch chat so bad. I'd have room. I'd have so much room. Fuck you, Twitch. Why you like this, please? All right. So yeah, we could kind of so we could kind of summarize this. So be like someone looking for thrills. So maybe ran out of maybe like mundane stimuli. Uh Seeking the occult to combat boredom. Okay, we got a character. We have a weird, easily bored hedonist who loves hags. But even hags maybe might not be doing it anymore. They want to get into they think that, and like probably the level you're starting out is like they even mention in the book as well about like new age wooey woo crystal bullshit. That still exists in this world. Like a lot of the occult underground operates underneath of that. I'll probably explain the occult underground a bit more as it comes up relevant to the chapter. All right. So we're making our character now. Yippee. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. So now we get to our stats. And the stats are pretty straightforward. Like body stat, anything to do with body, constitution, health, being, strongitude. Speed, goes fast, dexterity sort of things, hand-eye coordination. Mind, big brain meats, avoiding going crazy from the various fears and whatnot. Soul is your sort of magical attunement and also how well you get along with other people. It's your empathy, it's your emotion kind of skills. So like stuff that I feel like is like pretty easy to grasp. Nothing too wild here. Nothing too wild here. All right, so now we got stat points. So you start with at the level we're starting at, we got 220, which seems like a lot. Like that seems like a pretty solid amount, but consider we have to divide that 4 ways. So like if we do, let's say we just go for like an even split to start. If we go for an even split, oh no, I fucked up. How you doing, Mittens? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? We're making a character for Unknown Armies, a game that I very much like. It is about kind of schlubby, regular people kind of stumbling their way into a world of danger and occultism and rumor and conspiracy and whatnot. a very cool game, and we're making a character for it right now. So yeah, the basic division, if like you just want to have like the most average person, you can have a 55 in all stats. You can have a 55 in all stats, which is pretty solid. That's pretty reasonable. Let's say we shift those around. Let's say we got our goofy little hedonist. Let's just reduce the body and speed. Let's just say they're not going to be as combat-y. Maybe they got like a little bit more mind, a little bit more soul. There we go. They're like, this is not going to be like your frontline person. And the thing is, like, this is not necessarily a game where you all have to be like, ah, yes, we have the combat guy, the fast gun guy, the smart guy, and the face. You could, like, it does you could, like, just going by stats, you could kind of build something like that, but like, because you're supposed to be regular people, like your combat guy might be like one guy who took a martial arts class, or like guy who lifts weights. It's not like you're gonna be like, ah, yes, my party, the scientist, the ex-marine, the I don't know, like the fucking just like super like actual psychic. No, 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 not at this level anyway. And I know I'm kind of like saying like, no, 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 you're schlubbier, you're worse. And I don't mean that as like a like this is not like a, ah, yes, true role playing is where you play dirt farmers and you scrounge through the dirt and you'll never do anything cool. No, 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 no. It's just the scope the game operates on. It's like you're supposed to start as a kind of like clueless normie. Just a normal person. I don't know why normie escaped my lips. Just you're just like clueless. Yeah. Yeah, all like you have to avoid the brown note rolls. No, this is not fit. I don't think there's any spells that directly involve shit in this game. I don't think so anyway. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. All right, so we got our stats, and then basically what you get after that is like, it's kind of very free, like kind of like free. The Orc Farm Boy. That sounds like it could be pretty cozy. There's been a couple of like farming games I've seen as well too, which is pretty nice. All right, so all right, so let's go for skills. And the nice thing is, all right, so in the skills, it doesn't have a skill list. It doesn't have a skill list. Like you're not going to be like, all right, like there's the shooting skill, there's the car skill. Pretty much what it is, it's sort of a make your own skill thing, more or less. So like they kind of there's a couple that you get for free. Like you get a couple for free. So under body, you get general athletics at 15%. I swear I can spell better off stream. Oh no. This fillable character sheet is not as full of space as I would like. Okay, so like, and when you have the skill at 15%, it is just like it's assumed that like you can do that. Like you're an average person. You could maybe Dustbin, please. Dustbin, please. I beg of ye. I beg of ye. So anyway, so the idea is that like you can do basic athletic things that like a normal person could. You can lift like moderately sized boxes. You can climb ladders, stuff like that. You could run for a decent amount of time. Like nothing too wild. And then you also get struggle. You get struggle at 15%. And struggle is and like this, like I said, this doesn't have a set skill list, but they do give you some baseline competency. It's like, I am a person. It is 2002. I need to be able to do a person thing. Struggle is fighting. If you're bad at fighting, like if you're just like a person who has never fought, you got struggle. That's you. If somebody tries to beat you up, you're throwing punches, but they're not like particularly great. You're just a little guy. You're just a little guy, and you don't want to get hurt. So we're gonna go look under speed as well. I'm just getting these prereq skills out of the way. You get dodge 15%. Effective, yeah, exactly. You are a Pokemon with no moves, 100%. So you can dodge at 15, which is if somebody tries to hit you, that's you trying to like not fight back, that's just you trying to like not get hit yourself. It's you're doing the fucking like flailing your arms thing. And you also have driving, 15%. The game assumes some baseline competencies driving, which this is something that I think it's just where I grew up. I did not grow up in a city, so if you wanted to go literally anywhere, you had to drive. The amount of VTubers I've learned that cannot drive is troubling. But like if you just live in a city and you got like functioning public transportation, you don't need that necessarily. God, I'm getting war flashbacks. I'm getting war flashbacks to the Florkymon and just getting the Magikarp and just throwing him out into the void and hoping he doesn't get fucked. All right, you also get an initial score that is half your speed. So initiative is just effectively when you would go first in combat. And that's really about it. Like it's pretty straightforward. Like I said, this game gives you the basics to function. All right, then we're gonna do speeds. We're gonna do mind skills. You have conceal at 15%, which is just hiding stuff. It's like, hey, I want to hide something on my body or like hide something in my house, something like that. Yeah. Then you get a let's see. Then you got general education, which is basically at 15%. At the 15%, this is you're kind of the low. It says low end of average. You're not particularly smart. You can function okay. Like you got like basic kind of like let's see. There we go. If you graduate high school, you did so with an unimpressive C average. That's if you had a 10. So you're like, actually, this is still kind of a little weird. I feel like a 10 should be dumber, but that's fine. Let's see. And then you got notice of 15%, which is just noticing stuff. I may not be a smart man, Jenny. Is that I'm assuming that's a Forrest Gump. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've gumped. It's been a while since I've gumped. I have not watched Forrest Gump in a while. Hey, there we go. Look at me recognizing movies. Nice and nice and nice. We're almost done with the skills they give you for free. All right, then you get charm and lying. All right, there we go. These are the last two. And these are under soul. Charm 15%, and then lying at 15%. Just like the basic level, like I'm a person, I want to convince you something. I want to, what's it called? I want to lie to you, stuff like that. And like let's say, so we got points to spend now. These are the skills they just give you for free. These are just skills you got for free, and you have the level in your stat to buy extra skills. So let's say what we want to do. How about we make ourselves a little smarter? We'll do general ed 25. So we have basic, we got basic smarts. I'll go ahead and shave us down an additional to get a little bit more at lying and charming. You know, we're wandering hedonists getting into the occult for hedonism reasons. We gotta get a little bit going on. Another thing we mentioned was Wicca. Like we could legitimately have Wicca like at 20%. Which once again, these values sound low, but they basically say that like don't roll unless there's like a real reason to. Hello, Quay. How you doing? How you doing? We are building a character in Unknown Armies. A game of cosmic bum fights, or just schlubby people learning about the occult and getting in way over their heads. Fucking around with rumors and stuff like that. So, yeah, we're doing a character creation. It's weird doing a character creation on stream sober. Because I think usually when I'm drunk, I'm just like, isn't this funny? But like, I'm looking at a competent RPG and my brain is... I can't say my brain is clear because like I got the disease that when I hit start stream on OBS, I can feel my IQ slightly sink down. It's 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 fine. But otherwise, I could at very least articulate some points, which is good. And they do got some suggestions in the book. Oh, we got advertisement break. Use that to stretch my goo. Oh, there we go. Ah, there we go. I'm I'm shifting the goo around. I'm adjusting. I'm swirling it. Ah. But yeah, Quay, if you have any questions about, also if anyone coming in needs a little bit of back context about this game, I'd be more than happy to kind of like give a little bit more. Because I understand this might be a little tricky popping in halfway through. I don't know. This is the for like I've been just starting to start these tabletop Zatsus, and I've done a war game which is pretty straightforward. Look at rules, how to shoot. There we go. I've done the Dragon Magazine lookovers, which are always fun. I love Dragon Magazine to pieces. I love it so much. I love it so much. It's so good. So good. And I think this is the first time I'm doing like a sober how to RPG. The nice thing is too, like even though you can, even though you can just like DIY your skills, they do have some examples. They do got some examples. So if we look at some like if we look at some there we go. There we go. So body skills. We're like a weird hedonist. We're like a weird hedonist in this. And I think we can put boozing. We're a real boozer. There we go. 25. There we go. So we're somebody who knows a lot about booze and are pretty good at drinking. Like the skills are also pretty flexible in the system as well. So like if you have firearms, if you have a skill in firearms, it's not just how to shoot gun, but it's like firearm maintenance and recognizing guns and maybe where to legally buy a gun, or if it's high enough, maybe where to illegally buy a gun. In the context of a game, like there are a couple, there is some like very nice tips for like how to handle that kind of stuff, because you very likely that the players are or could be criminals very easy in this game, especially if you're going to be doing stuff like sneaking around people's property and whatnot. It can kind of get out of hand. Let's see. So yeah, so we got that. There we go. And let me see. So yeah, so things body, anything that's physically taxing or require training and muscle memory. So we could even do something like we got 20 points left. We got 20 points left. How about we do like rock climbing? This is another one of those skills that would like inform who we were. Okay, our character is a hedonist. They're not the most physically fit in terms of just like being a slab of beef. But, like they had a thing with like rock climbing. That was just kind of like a thrill-seeking thing they did. And that would still come up in a session because you could just climb. You could just climb stuff. Probably a little easier if it's with rocks. All right, then we got 45 points in speed. Let's see what other speed suggestions they offer. We can kind of take a look at things they might recommend for that. It could be, we could also as well maybe let's get a little bit better at driving. We're no longer absolutely garbage at driving. Our character's reasonably good at it. Character's like reasonably good at driving. So there we go. Some other options we got that they kind of mentioned. Got initiative. Oh, snatching. All right, that's one they recommend. Let's see. Also some DIYs. A lot of them is just a lot of kind of like sporty things as well. Might also be fun. So we could even do maybe something that's like particularly fast and kind of swishy around. We could do moving silently. There we go. Moving silently sounds like we kind of. We're a party person sometimes. Maybe we can even like slip out the back. There we go. Oh, we could, yeah, if we just stick with just like also having like a weird gump some side theme. We could do running. We could do running as well. That would be very handy. And maybe it's like a lot of these are kind of like pretty. I think I can do ping pong. Ping pong is pretty fun as well. No, horseback. One of them's also just horseback riding. That could also be fun. And I also do kind of recommend you kind of like up your, what's it called? Like you could change the names even for like, the funny thing about struggling is like if you increase the stats on struggling, you change the name. So you can make it like martial arts or like bar brawling or something like that. I'm keeping it kind of generally pretty loose for the context of this. So yeah, we got Wicca knowledge. See, just these are just kind of things we just know a decent amount about. So let's say we got pretty decent Wicca knowledge. So if this is actually if this is our characters like at the moment of hyperfixation, let's make that a 25. Let's make that a 25. We'll make concealing a little higher as well. Make concealing a little higher as well. Hello, Grom! Welcome, everybody. Welcome. How are all of you nerds doing? If you do not know me, I am Halbernot the Mimic Elf. I'm a miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and game variety. Ooh, what Warhammer stuff are you doing? Nice. Let me go to this other screen. Let's see. And Pega! Hello, everyone! Double raid. Nice. Were you two both doing Warhammer stuff? Hell yeah. If you all do not know me, I am Halbernot the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and game variety. And also Grom. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. Yay, I got it before my alert did. Let's go. Here's the last thing I was kind of working on today. I'm working on taking some Chaos Warriors of mine and getting them ready for the old world. They have a lot of oil on there. Unfortunately, I ran out of lacquer though. Also, Lord Scrollko, thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. And also, hello, classy Commodore Krork. Welcome. Yeah, I if I don't look very mimicky, I look more like this. Hi, but I'm being extra mimicky today. Some other minis I've done. Yay! Why am I so tiny on the screen? I'm so small. I also just got done painting a. Where's it at? There we go. If you check on me tweeters, where's it on me tweeters? There we go. I've been painting some models for the Middle Earth strategy battle game, and here is my Witch King of Angmar. Yay. But the oi get a crump you real proper good, I swear. Also, almost just kicked some minis over. That's not great. I have a lot of minis on my floor. They're in boxes though. I'm doing that thing where you take a plastic storage bin and you magnetize the ever-loving fuck out of it, and then you put all your minis in there because I'm tired of everything of mine getting covered in dust, and I want to be able to carry them around easier. But yeah, for everybody, I am doing a great praise to Great Horn Rat. Hell yeah, brother, let's go. We are making characters for, and I'm explaining how to run a game called Unknown Armies. It is a role-playing game from 2002, the version I'm using, about being a bunch of just kind of like schlubby, kind of like middle to lower class people, just like regular people, probably in kind of the fringes of society, who have found their way just peeking barely into the occult underground, a world of rumor, conspiracy, intrigue, magic, sanity fraying nonsense. And just kind of with like general chat, we've building a character, Alex Chatsworth. They are an easily bored hedonist that basically has been kind of like they learned about magic through the show Charmed, which I have to imagine is an old ass reference at this point. But because of that, they've been kind of diving into Wicca, and they've slowly accidentally kind of been finding out like the real magical underground that kind of exists through all things. It's very neat. It's a very neat game, and I like it to pieces. So let's say, so we're trying to set up that person's knowledge. That's how we do. How about we do fine art as well? There we go. As the remaining 20. We can kind of do that for like the miniature painting bits as a way to go there. But yeah, our hedonists, we're basically kind of painting the idea of somebody who like fixates on something, gets really into it, it becomes their life. They burn out and they move on. Like we got like booze and rock climbing and horseback and fine art and Wicca. Probably would have painted Slanesh. But now they're in their Wicca phase. Which is actually going to lead them to get way in over their heads. So then the other thing, so soul skills are like, the funny thing about soul skills, it's like not just like what's it called? Like not just like being good at talking to people. Like you could have you could straight up have like a, let's say, like you maybe have like I know a guy. You have like I know a guy at 20. Yeah, that's right. And like this is like if you're looking for a guy who could hook you up with something, you're 1/16th Wiccan on your mother's side. I've I've actually don't know if I've ever seen a Wiccan in person. They've been kind of an online thing as far as I've been on the internet. I feel like it's either died down or it's gone so like off to the fringes that I just no longer interact with it at all. Like I'm curious if I Google like Wiccan VTuber. I'm curious. Wiccan VTuber. There's a Reddit post asking for which VTuber content. Hmm. Interesting. From Pornomancer Chan. Oh my god, that's amazing. I so that sounds weird, but legitimately, pornomancy is a school of magic in this game. So I might have by pure accident stumbled upon somebody who knows. Yeah, we'll be getting to adept schools later. So I'm setting foundations right now. Because this game gets really wild once you get into like the magic, which is sort of the next tier up from being the street schlub. So how you doing, Aslan? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? About how much? Yeah, I wonder if there's like Wiccas that are real hardcore, or like ones that just go to pagan festivals every now and then and drink a lot. I think going to a pagan festival and drinking would be a lot of fun. I could see that being a grand old evening. I could see that being totally rad. I don't know though. I don't know any more. I don't know any Wiccan people IRL or URL even. Let's see. Oh, this is fun. Okay. Based on like the way it works, you could totally have a skill called this. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy at 25. So what that means is that like if you get in trouble or you do something wrong, like you could like let's say you fuck up real bad and someone's like, "What the fuck did you do that for?" You could just go like, "I'm just a little guy," and you could roll for it. And technically if it succeeds, they might just be like, "You're too." Unironically, you could have the little guy defense. It's like puppy dog guys in a different way. The skills are not super named. You can basically rename these whatever. So we got 25 free points just to kind of move around. I'm going to say maybe increasing lying. Let's increase lying to 35. Let's say in order to kind of fulfill these missed hobbies, we kind of go a little wild. Let's increase our struggle just slightly to 20. And then we could just make the skill like slap. Like our character has no real actual combat, but like we could land a real killer slap. It does have a lot of goblin with a fat ass energy. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Exactly, Grom. Exactly. All right, so we got our character stats and skills, and this is a D100 system. So you roll under those. Hmm. We could do singing. Yeah, that's right. Actually, how about we just change "I know a guy" to singing? We could even do like pagan. We could even do pagan singing. There we go. They're like, as part of the Wicca, we've learned how to do like a real good harvest chant or whatever. It's just a little bean. Oh, anthropologist, welcome, welcome, welcome. We are making a character in Unknown Armies, the game of cosmic bum fights, aka a role-playing game where you're just kind of a regular guy, regular person, way over their head, getting into stumbling upon an entire subculture of not pagan, magical nonsense. Something you do. The funny thing about being a Wicca in this game is you kind of learn that Wicca is bullshit. That's like the next layer. Like your characters, the more they know, the deeper in they get to the conspiracies and the magic and the way reality works and how to bend and twist it. At this level, though, we're just like somebody who likes to do a lot of miscellaneous activities, and then get like this time they've gotten way over their heads, which is fun. All right, we got our skills though. And oh, we get an obsession skill too. We get one obsession skill, which is the skill that basically like we can flip flop. We can flip flop it if yeah, we barely exactly. So I'm going to do a star on I'm just a little guy. And the way for flip flopping is, since this is a D100, let's say we have a 25 and I'm just a little guy. We have to roll under a D100. And that sounds like a lot, but you're only supposed to roll in like really tense situations. Well, let's say we roll a 41. So that's way higher than our skill. We would fail. But since it's our obsession, we could actually flip-flop the 4 and the 1 to be 1 and a 4. So we got a 14, unless we succeed. Choosing your own gods and influence everywhere you use like a sham. Like it'd be like that sometimes. It'd be like that sometimes. All right, let's go. All right, so I believe with this, we basically have an entire fully built character, which wasn't a lot, actually. It takes not that much. You basically pick like, for context, for if you're making a character, everybody, you basically pick a trigger moment, which is the kind of what led you to the occult underground. Like what was the first bit of weirdness you've ever seen in your life? Like, did you see a ghost when you were younger? Did you see something physically impossible? Were you obsessed with Bigfoot as a child and it just never fully left? Stuff like that. Oh god, that sounds painful. Maybe you could get like flip around over like a pancake and just smash the opposite side, kind of balance it back. You saw like, oh, I see. So I'm not like that then. I'm not an unexplained phenomenon. That's fine. That's fine. But yeah, you do that. You say what your obsession is. You summarize your personality, and then like a even slightly more broad summary. What makes you angry? What makes you scared? What you would give your life to protect, and then you set your stats, and then you set your skills. You're good. We could play a character. We could play this character right now, if we wanted to. I'm good. I had zero plans on running this tonight. It might happen. We'll find out. We'll find out how spicy we're feeling. We'll find out how spicy we're feeling tonight. So, combat in this game. Combat is very interesting. Not that it's particularly complicated, it's not, or that it does anything particularly new and spicy. I would argue it's not as well. I'm cool based. Fuck yeah, let's go. Like it's understand. I mean, the nice thing about that, I will say, Crichton, is you can like the ones I did are pretty basic. Like I'm just a little guy is a little goofy. I think it's just kind of one of those things like season to your comfort level. So like, so it gives you some flexibility, but also like you could just choose basic names. Like if it'd be easier for you to recognize and for your group to parse, you could totally do that. But like, and this game is flexible enough too that like if you just wanted to take the skill list of like say, I love Call of Cthulhu, and just be like, okay, something like this would be good for my character. You could totally do that. Or Shadowrun, even Cyberpunk, maybe without like the cyberpunky bit, something like that. I've heard Eva's wife and child ignored and blamed them for. Yeah, that sounds. I don't know much about Vaesen. It seems like a very cool game though. I keep hearing it's a really baller kind of like fairy tale horror game. But yes, so something that I love about combat in this game. Hey everybody, check out the first bullet point for combat. 6 ways to stop a fight. So before you grab that knife, you should maybe think about a few things. This moment is frozen in time. You can still make a better choice. And the reason I love this is because combat in Unknown Armies is brutal. But not in like a Warhammer like a 40k RPG where you got like bolters and chainswords that will fuck you up. It is literally saying you're a person. You're just a person on the street. If you get into a knife fight, that's not good. getting fucked up with a knife is real bad. And especially once I get to guns, I will explain why guns are so bad. So they give you options. Like not like gameplay mechanical options. They're just like, all right, maybe you should call the cops or run away or blame someone else or maybe de-escalate the situation. Try to remove weapons from the scene. Like if somebody has a knife, try to take the knife away from them, maybe. Um, or just surrender. Just be like, it's not worth it. It's not worth getting to this. Seduce, legitimately, you could seduce them. I think guns are more lethal. I mean, vampire, and you're vampire. Guns don't do shit for the most part. Oh, so to give you an idea of how combat works, I'm not going to go into like, there are a couple of early 2008s in this game where there's like different initiative levels. And usually for the most part, you just use your initial score. I got 22. All right. We go in order from highest to lowest, which is cool. Hello, Thagoth. How you doing? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Also, hello, Enigmas. Welcome, welcome, welcome as well. This is kind of similar to World of Darkness a little bit. If you've ever played, like, I don't think it's as common anymore. So it's not classic. So new World of Darkness, like the early 2000s World of Darkness reboot, had a mortal source book of being just people in a world of like, for them, it's more like supernatural horror because you vampires and mummies and werewolves and mages and whatnot. This is less that wild, but it's still kind of got like, because this is like a time capsule game from the early 2000s, it's very similar in theme. Okay, if you're using Dragon's Breath rounds are not guns. Hello, Azure Shah, how you doing? If you're losing napalm rounds, you can't say guns. That's napalm. That's different. That's fucking different. If you're shooting a vampire with a pistol, he ain't doing shit. Is not happening. Shit's not happening. But if you fill them with fire, yeah, that vampire's gonna get fucked up. So Enigmas, as a kind of idea for you to grasp onto, that it's like the Mortal Source book, but like there are no werewolves or vampires or mummies or anything, stuff like that. You are regular people learning about a secret occult underground and the conspiracies, rumors, kind of the way reality was a bit of a lie, kind of seeps into their life now that they've gone too deep. They were already kind of a fringe weirdo at the edges of society. But now they have kind of found like everything they know is a lie and magic is real, and everybody who uses magic is a fucking asshole. Not everybody, but a lot of them are. Oh yeah, fire does do aggravated damage to vampire. It fucks them up. Yeah, like I don't know. I feel like it's like one of those things where it's like I didn't. It's like I killed somebody. I killed this guy, and then you found out that you were inside of a fucking tank and you shot him. It's like me. I did. Like no, the tank did that. But yeah, so the general idea of combat is the same as every other roll. You take your skill, you try to roll under it, and if you roll under it, you succeed. What differs in combat is the way damage is done. So let's say Alex Chatsworth, our character, right? Alex Chatsworth is in a fight with just like, I don't know, a trucker. This is a game where fighting a trucker is a pretty reasonable thing. I've heard some things about, I didn't look super deep into Chronicles of Darkness. Like my that's the one that comes after New World of Darkness. It's like Old World Darkness, New Chronicles, and like the reboots. I believe if the timeline order is right. Maybe between the reboot, the newest version is like the V20 era nonsense. I've heard some very neat stuff about like the God Machine nonsense, but I haven't really looked into that stuff. Also, one of these days I want to do a fucking like shitting on Beast of Primordial because it's a very fun game and how just like Beast of Primordial is a game that was written badly by people who should have known better. It's amazing. It's amazing how bad it fucks up. No, Geist is very good. I really like the idea of Changeling to Lost. There's some cool stuff in there, but like, yeah. But yeah, so in theory, you could run. That's probably legitimately. You'd probably have a better off chance running over someone with a car. than getting into a fist fight in this game. It's just easier. But yeah, well, truckers in this game, like I said, you're getting into like when you're delving into the occult underground. Legitimately, somebody like might have hired a trucker to do something, and if you're questioning that trucker and they don't like you, they might punch you. So let's say we're in a fight with a trucker, but let's say this trucker is particularly drunk. Just to kind of make sure that this character would not survive a thrashing by a trucker, like not at all, not at all. So the idea is, let's say we roll slap, we slapping, we roll a 15. Wow, a good roll. So what that does is you take the 1 and you take the 5, and you add those numbers together. So 6. You would deal 6 damage to their body score. If you're using a weapon, if it's a heavy weapon, you add 3 damage. If it's a pointy weapon, you add 3 more damage. If it's a large weapon, you add 3 damage. So for instance, a lead pipe is heavy and it's large. Or probably some, you basically about 6 damage, something roughly like that. They basically say like a sword's like 6, a chainsaw's like 9, a particularly heavy rock might be 3. This is why guns are deadly, everybody. Guns, when they do damage, they don't add their dice. You just deal what you roll. You have, let's say somebody has a gun skill of 45, and they roll, let's say this person's a particularly good shot. They roll they have a 57 in guns for some reason. Oh, no, 55 is the maximum you can have at like this power level. Someone has a 55 in guns. They roll a 53 for their gunshot. They deal 53 damage to you. You die. You can get 1 shot by a gun in this game, or 2 shot. And it's also got like a semi-wound thing where if you get like less than half your life, you take a minus 10% penalty on all your rolls. And if you get to like a third, it's minus 20%. Like I said, you don't want to get in a fight in Unknown Armies. It's bad. It's a bad experience. You don't want to do that. Run away. Get out of there. It's not worth fighting that trucker. Offer to buy him booze and then hopefully convince him that you will, and then leave the bar and just go home. Or convince another trucker to beat him up. Anything else. Oh, Shadow, how you doing? Welcome. We're making a character for Unknown Armies. But I like that. Like when it comes to gritty combat stuff, like I do like Dark Heresy, where you can chainsaw somebody so hard in the stomach they explode. I get that. But I find the kind of like, yeah, you get shot with a gun, you're gonna die. It hurts. It sucks. You're a regular person. You still, you got player character gumption and whatnot, but like you're still a person. Well, I mean, it's called. The thing is, you don't own the army. You're not even a like in the Unknown Armies bit of that. You're not even in the army. You're not even a foot soldier. You're a civilian at this level. Yeah, exactly. You can exactly be smart, be crafty, just get out of there. You got options. It's very nice. Also, another example of the art. I like this a bit more than like the kind of overly blocky style. Like this has kind of got like, it's still black and white, but it's kind of got that like it is very World of Darkness art. I'm definitely not going to say this game's a World of Darkness ripoff, because like I think they have similar ideas, I guess. But they have similar ideas, but I think they go about them in different ways, and they're probably, some of them are pulling from similar like sources. How badass. Okay, so if you wanted to be the most badass you could in terms of combat, like you're saying, I want to be the most combat person. Let's say in melee. Ideally, what you would do is you'd have an incredibly high body stat. Let's say in theory 85. You could have an 85 in body. This should make your other skills kind of shit, but whatever. At most you can have a skill at 55 at this level, at this tier. Yep. You can have a skill at 55 and that's it. So in theory, like, once again, you're gonna be like, how you only have slightly more than a 55% chance to beat someone up. Yeah. It's because, like when you get into a fight in Unknown Armies, it's life or death. If you want to have, like, a level 55, and if you want to have 55 skill, let's say a karate, you get more than just hitting someone with your hands. That also assumes, like, hey, at 55 in karate, you know other people in the area that know karate. You might know, like, a local, like kind of, you might know local karate instructors. You might be able to recognize fighting styles based on that. The skills are pretty versatile. But man, when you get into a fight and against a schlub, you're still going to beat the shit out of him. Legitimately, yeah, you would know several karates, man. Even the rock climbing skill. The rock climbing skill we have, while it is rock climbing, you could you could use that to be like, hey, I know where to find places to rock climb at without rolling because you have it over 15. You're trained by Sensei Dopo. If you're trained by Dopo, you'd have like an 85. Basically, they more or less say that, like, hey, this is a horror game, and you know what's not scary? Having a 75% chance to hit someone with a gun. So, like, if you had firearms at 75% at this early tier, nothing would scare you. You would just shoot all day, every day, and you would just fill up your violence fear track, and you'd just be like, whatever. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I'm a sullen badass. So you don't have to. That's kind of why they do that. And there's a couple of ways. Like, if you're in a fight, you can get what's called a focus shift, where it's like, okay, I am going to beat the fuck out of this guy. I am going to make sure that I'm not going to work on my own defense at all. I am going to give myself a 20% additional chance to hit this guy in melee. However, that person also gets a 20% chance to hit you. And they can also focus shift you as well, but it caps out both ways at 30. So you could make it that both, like, two people are getting into a fist fight and they want to beat each other to death. In that case, that's where the Baki would trigger. So you could have like an 85% chance if both of them are going Hail Mary to beat the fuck out of each other. So then that's where your martial arts would really, really wreck shit in melee. Oh, slap. So slap is you can name your skills kind of whatever. That's just our fight skill. Our character, the character for people kind of coming in that's been assembled by a little bit of chat and a little bit of, like, just kind of making shit up as we go, is effectively a easily bored hedonist, or somebody who hyper focuses on a skill. We could even change that a little bit to be like, now that we're a little bit more kind of situated, easily bored, because it's a person who hyper fixates. And we can even change the obsession to be kind of more go like, whatever's our current fixation. Which makes us a little bit more flexible, but this kind of gives the idea of, like, somebody who like gets into something, not a savant, no, a savant. This is somebody who's like, and I see these people exist where they're like, I'm going to learn how to make soap. Basically, yeah, ADHD is legitimately kind of part of it. Like, somebody's like, I'm going to make soap. They're going to spend the next 3 months looking up YouTube tutorials on how to make soap. They're going to buy all the soap making stuff. They're going to make soap for a while. Will they get good at it? Not necessarily, but that's like their thing. And then they move on. They're just like, oh, something else obsessed with that. And I'm kind of like that. I'm like that for painting projects. It's still within that same ballpark of, like, I'm not diagnosed with anything formally, if I'm going to be honest. If I went to a doctor and they're like, how? You both have ADHD and autism, I'd be like, yeah, that tracks. Because I get really wrapped up in painting projects and I bounce between them a lot and I don't finish anything. I get started a lot. So that's a mood. That's a mood. But the one we're doing here is somebody who recently just, like, they basically got into Wicca. They got into Wicca, and because I'm also a little lazy, but that might also kind of go into that. But, like, we're going to someone who's into Wicca, like, they just got into Wicca, and now that's all they can think about. And what they don't realize that this is going to get them into a lot of occult shit. Hello, Joru. How you doing? Fucking 2 years. Let's go. 2 years of slug. How you doing, Joru? I'm showing everybody Unknown Armies 2nd edition. I'm very excited about that. I'm explaining that the character we made as a sample is somebody who basically hyperfixates on things. Their current hyperfixation is Wiccan and pagan singing, and now that's going to get them involved in the occult underground. I mean, yes and no. Here's the thing though. Also, oh, Pig, how you doing? You might get a kick out of this as well. We're showing off Unknown Armies Second Edition. It's more like Wicca is a thing. It's a religion. I don't know the often like whether how legit is it. I am not running this with anyone yet. I would love to run this game. I've ran it once, and I'm gonna go into that a little bit. Today is more of a hey, how I've read this cool system you were talking about. How the fuck do I run it? What the fuck do you actually do? So I'm using this as my first deep dive, like not deep dive. I'm calling these shallow dives. Like we're going through the book. I'm explaining how to do it and like what I like about it and my experience. But I'm not gonna be like super duper deep dive. But I want to do these a lot more for different RPGs I like. One of these days I'm gonna do one for Engine Heart. Can I peel back behind the curtain a little bit, everybody? A lot of times when I approach VTubers to do the big group VTuber collabs for tabletop games, usually I have a game in mind or they mention a game. Legitimately, the first time I ran Necronica is because Alice Sawyer, good old Chainsaw Alice, was like, man, I'd like to play Necronica. And I was like, get me. I'll get players. I'll get players for you. I want to run Necronica right the fuck now. And I did. I did. Other times I've approached VTubers with a set of games, and I'm like, would you like to play one of these? And one of those games that's always been on that list is Engine Heart. And nobody gives a shit about Engine Heart. And it makes me sad. It makes me so sad. I'm like, man, someday I'll run Engine Heart. Also, this is incredibly funny to me as well. For Necronica in particular, Engine Heart's a very fun role-playing game where you build a robot and you go on little robot adventures. It's like the Brave Little Toaster, or like Wally. Wally is probably the biggest archetypical example of what the fuck Engine Heart is. You're a little robot. You're not necessarily smart like a human, but you got neat little features that you customize. I love Engine Heart. It's so it's a little bit died. So effectively, Unknown Armies is like turn of the millennium. Straight up in this game, there's a plot point about the Y2K. It's amazing. It's super good. But also, I want to show you guys this because I find this infinitely funny. Hey, if you go to Google and you look up Necronica, that's me. That's the first session I ran like 3 years ago. It's still getting views every now and then, which is a shame because like I liked that session. It was a good session. I fucked up the combat super hard. I fucked it up super hard. But I just love that I'm on there. I just love that like that's it. Also, God, hold on. Hold on. I need the God, this is a fucking like okay. That's a very old model of mine. That's how 2.0. Alice, that's Alice's 1.0. That's the prior iteration of Picky. That's like 1 or 2. This is Vel before she was a bunny and before she got the live 2D, and that's 1.0 with Charlotte. Man, these are old models for everyone. Holy shit. Oh, memory lane. Sorry, I got hit by memory lane. But like Engine Heart is a lot of fun. I love Engine Heart to pieces. One of my favorite one shots ever. This is how 4.0. I basically lump all my Vroids together into 1.0. There was a lot of prototype howls, but Vroid howl is effectively 1.0. 2.0 is a live 2D that had no legs that I used for like 4 or 5 months. My papa drew a better one for 3.0, and then 4.0 is this. It's new. It's the latest howl, fresh from the oven. I do want to look into Heartwood these days. It's very cool. Oh yeah, you should. I do eventually want to put it on my tabletop channel. I do need to put it on my tabletop channel one of these days. I need to put videos on there. Hee. Anyway. Anyway, what were we doing in Unknown Armies? Anyway. Oh yeah, we're talking about the idea of like if you're a Wiccan or like you're getting to Wicca, you expect magic. Yes and no. It would be like trying to get into Christianity and wanting to do cool God holy miracle powers, I feel like. Where it's like, yes, you might try to practice a little kind of magic and like you might worship like Odin and Thor and whatnot. My Wiccan knowledge is very limited, so if there's any practicing Wiccans, I'm fucking up your religion so hard. Yeah, you want that infinite bread, exactly. But like in the context of Unknown Armies, what someone would do is like, hey, you go. Okay, here's a perfectly cromulent start. I love saying cromulent, by the way. A perfectly regular start to how an Unknown Armies game could go. It's kind of like that, Calvin. It's like you get a tarot deck and you use it to predict the future. But like a lot of people when they do tarot, like this is for fun. This is for fun, and you can interpret things, but like don't hold this like super legit. But an idea would be like, all right, Alex Chatsworth, our character, is a Wiccan. They hyper obsess on things, and their current thing they're obsessed with within this month is Wicca. They begin looking at a lot of Wiccan books. They begin learning how to do cool Wiccan pagan singing. And they go to a little out of the way Christian, not Christian, a little crystal store. Like it's in like a little crystal store in a strip mall. And they end up chatting with the owner of the store. And the owner is like a 60-year-old hippie woman. Like the kind of woman who is like, okay, I'm gonna say this. Let's just say like a white lady who is wearing a dream catcher and wears a lot of turquoise. Like one of those people. And she's and like, let's say Alex is chatting up that woman. And that woman's like, I feel like compared to my other customers, you get it. Like you have potential. And maybe not necessarily the lady who doesn't vaccinate her kids, but definitely the lady that smells like patchouli. Yeah. So let's say what she does is like, okay, I'm gonna give you a business card, and I want you to go to this house at midnight, across like basically on the outskirts of town, and I need you to like knock on the door exactly 3 times with a 3-second pause between each knock. And you're like, that's a little weird. Okay. So you go there and you go, and then like let's say from that point, I'm not going to follow up with what goes on in there. That would be where like a whole adventure could start. Let's say when Alex shows up at that house, Alex is not alone. Let's say there's like a fucking kind of there's kind of like a greasy detective man, like not like a MUFON person. Like they got a lanyard, they got like an old camera. They are wearing a greasy bomber jacket that might have McDonald's wrappers in the pockets. There's another guy who is just looks like an office worker. Like he's very tired, got deep bags. He's still wearing like office clothes from doing a late night shift. And like that's your party. That could legitimately be your party in this game. And let's say after the 3 knocks, the door opens, but nobody answers. And you go around inside and you're looking around through the house and you're like, this is a shithole. Like, it is the advanced damn bitch you live like this. It's like trash bags and Mountain Dew bottles and like ashtrays filled with cigarettes. And like, so some of those like Mountain Dew 2 liters are yellow, that kind of thing. And you're like, that's weird. And you're like shuffling around looking for stuff. And then you find a body. And then you're moving around through the papers and you find a body. It's a guy who looks kind of like Alan Moore, and he's got a knife in his back. Was there Mountain Dew in the 90s? Mountain Dew was at its most powerful in its 90s. What are you talking about? Arguably, Mountain Dew is technically both the strongest and weakest it's ever been. Like, Mountain Dew has flavors and like alcohol versions now, but like as an institution, Mountain Dew was at its most powerful in the 90s. I would argue. But yeah, so let's say you get there and there's a murder and you're like, what the fuck do we do now? Do we call the cops? And they're like, let's say the reporter guy is like, no. No. If we call the cops, they're going to think we killed him. So we got to hide the body. So you're hiding the body now. And let's say someone else shows up, but they aren't like you, where they know the guy. They don't know the guy. They know the guy. They're like, hey, Frank, I need you to charge up this Talus. Who the fuck are you? And then that's a whole thing. That's a whole thing. You could easily do that. That's a reasonable start to a session for this game. Easily. Oh yeah. Vel's only been a bunny for like a couple of days. It's still pretty new news. When the comments when the guys get Pepsi for the first time. Ah, gotcha. Oh, the funny thing too is Mountain Dew used to be like hillbilly drink. That's the whole thing. It's a good old Mountain Dew. Like legitimately look up the 40. Let's see. Let me see if I can find a picture because it's the transition from hillbilly to gamer is kind of amazing. Like it's very, very funny. Let's see if I can find like the old style. I don't know if like 40s Mountain Dew tasted any different. I legitimately have no idea. It could. But like, yeah, this is what Mountain Dew was like for a while. Like this was the Mountain Dew advertising. Or if not, it's something that's very, very close. Oh, you could definitely do Final Destination for guys. I could totally see that. Especially if you make the Final Destination just ghosts. Do you have the cane sugar one? Cane sugar isn't that like generally bad for you? Not bad for you, like better for you. My bad. Like it's not. I mean, it's sugar, so like usual sugar caveats, but like I've heard it's better for you in general. Anyway, goddamn, that wasn't a tangent. That was how you could run a game of this. And I'm gonna do some other plot hooks later on. I figured what I'm gonna do. So there's 3 tiers of this game. Street level and like kind of global level. Then there's cosmic, which is like when you are one of the big movers and shakers. And I'm probably not going to touch up on that one very much because that is like a very advanced level, not going to be relevant to 90% of people, kind of thing. If I do cosmic level Unknown Armies, that's like not even like high level D&D. It's like ultraviolet level clearance paranoia. Did you guys know that you can run a paranoia game where you're not a disposable schlubby clone sent to die? I mean, maybe high level. I mean, high level mage is still doing mage things. I'm talking about when you get so high level that the shift of how the game runs kind of basically super duper inverts into its own thing. Like, and if you're a high clearance level, if you're a high clearance level paranoia, you are doing like intrigue and politics inside of the paranoia setting, and you legitimately might be making changes to friend computer yourself. It's a cool idea, but like you're so high level in concept that it's entirely most people don't. Like technically, like the joke is if you're a player and you look ahead in the book to even know this thing could exist. And like a lot of like the kind of like laser, like I forget what it's called. It's like zap paranoia, I believe, where it's like, you didn't thank friend computer before tying your shoes. Get shot, idiot. Oh, you didn't have clearance to shoot that idiot. Get shot, idiot. Like that kind of thing. It's a gross like, over exaggeration, but it's kind of that idea. It's incredibly far removed from that. But yeah, so yeah, but anyway, so I'm not going to be doing like the highest level of Unknown Armies. I'm going to be doing street level and then like the level where magic shows up. This Unknown Armies magic is fun. It's arguably one of the cooler parts of the game. So yeah, combat. I have played one game of Paranoia with Benosphere and LMK1. I believe don't know if they still stream. They stopped using. They were one of those people that abandoned Twitter for Mastodon and never looked back, which I applaud that level of conviction, but it makes hard to keep up with somebody because I did not go to Mastodon. I'm enjoying Blue Sky now, but it's definitely a very different beast. It's a very different beast compared to Yuge. All right, then you got the also so This game is so fucking early 2000s, though. It does have car chase rules. You don't need car chase rules. The vast majority of games don't need car chase rules, like, at all. Like, vehicle rules in a lot of RPGs are like, hey, you know that system that worked and made sense and it's fine? We're gonna add on another system. You don't need that. You don't need that. All right, so what we're going to be doing is, and there's also there is a neat section though about guns. Um, and it's kind of neat because it's very helpful for like both a GM as a player. So it's basically like, hey, you don't know much, you might not know much about guns. If you do know about real world gun laws, you could just kind of do those instead. But it's like, how would you legally acquire a gun? How much do guns cost? What's it like to conceal a gun? And this is also written in 2003, so it's different from now. Transporting guns, rules for breaking gun laws. Very neat stuff. Like I said, this is a game where realistically, let's say in the situation, let's say the theoretical campaign progressed, and now somebody's after you because they thought you killed Alan Moore, the guy that looks like Alan Moore. Let's say they send someone after you, like just some local street toughs, and you decide to arm yourself, but you're just a person and you don't got a lot of money. So you legitimately could do a session of like, how do we acquire weapons? Like, it's something that's so trivial in D&D. You're like, I go to the sword store and I buy a sword. I would like to also buy some plate mail while I am there, and also a healing potion. Like this, like I have lived in states where you can go to a Walmart, and if you have a gun license, you could walk out with a hunting rifle. And that legitimately might be a thing you do in this game. But then let's say you're still so poor, though, that you're like, okay, I'm beginning to tussle around with the occult underground. I need cash fast. How do I get cash fast? Oh, yes, crime. That's fucking nice. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Legitimately, you could also do have a session. You could have a session where you're looking for something expensive. Yeah, you could sell drugs. You could steal stuff to pawn it. You could go to the pawn shop, sell some stolen stuff, hope you could bribe the pawn guy to look the other way, and then buy a gun, and then use that gun to chase after people who are after you. Like, this is a type of game that I really like. It's called, like, I call it kind of like the criminal, like, have you guys heard of the term cock-up cascade? It's the idea that, like, when you fuck up, the fuck-ups build upon each other into just, like, a colossal clusterfuck. That's how I run criminal games a lot. I love criminal games like that. I love those. But yeah, it's also used to describe stealth games. Like, Metal Gear Solid is definitely there. I think Hitman is probably the best example from what I can tell, where you're setting up the perfect crime. You got the costumes, you got the poison, you got everything ready to go. And what you do, and then, like, let's say somebody catches you as you put the poison in the water, and then you got to kill them to stop them from raising an alarm. And someone else catches you, and then they do raise the alarm, and it's all fucked. It's all fucked, and now all the guards are chasing you, and you're trying to duck in the bushes. And the mission's technically, you're not getting the good rating on that mission, but you're still trying. So Lord Coven, funny thing you should mention that. So here is how I do shopping sessions. Just fucking buy what you like. Just fucking, just buy it from the store. I don't care. That's how I do it. I'm going to be real. As a player and as a GM, I get zero enjoyment out of role-playing a trip to the store. I get nothing. I don't need a novelty. I understand some people like that. And I know sometimes you can be like, have a wacky shopkeeper, or maybe have an item shortage or something like that. But for me, it's always a break in, like, the pacing. It would be like, I'm trying to think of an example. Like, imagine in a Conan movie. Let's say, well, when it comes to special magical items, those will not be typically available in stores. Or, like, if you want to buy a real nice sword, like, that might be an adventure in itself to track down the shopkeeper, then that's something I'm okay with. But I mean, like, you're going to the mundane store. I don't like that. I would rather the players keep. I'd rather keep the pace of the game, and then later they're like, "Oh yeah, could I have like I don't want to be like, oh, there's a door that needs a crowbar. Can I have bought a crowbar while I was in town?" Depending on the mood, I might say yes, but a lot of times I won't be that specific. I'll be like, all right, just like if you just want to buy like supplies, just buy the supplies, and like if you need to keep buying supplies while the adventure's going on, that's not that big of a deal. Yeah, so something like that. Yeah. Well, like if you're, it's a. I mean, I realistically, I've never been super big on needing because like I've also did again. I've also played a lot of games where players have access to crafting, which is bad. Don't do that. By the way, I like crafting stuff in theory, but like Pathfinder's one E's crafting rules were a mess. 3.5's crafting rules were bad, but they balanced it by taking away EXP, which is a mechanic I don't like. But crafting in Pathfinder means if you give your players any free time, they will be decked out in the most beautiful, fully specced out gear ever, and it's gonna fuck your shit up. It's gonna fuck your shit up. But yeah, yeah, yeah. But like I'm more willing to like put cool stuff in like diegetically in the game and like in adventures or like getting a hold of people, going on quests, like that kind of stuff, you know? And ancestral relics that get stronger as you level up and you could just pay gold to make it better. That's fine. They also take forever, yeah. Mundane items take too much time and magical items don't take enough. Also, look at this piece of art, by the way. This is the type of art that I think Unknown Armies really shines in, where it's like it's spooky and occult, but also you see the guy has a gun, so it kind of grounds it a little bit. It's very nice. So, what's sort of next on the thing? I'm still scrolling through Madness. Okay, Madness. So, like, Unknown Armies is ostensibly a horror game. Um, and for people who have not seen it yet, this game has 5 madness gauges. Eat your heart out, Call of Cthulhu. We have 5. For some reason, the form fillable sheet's busted. That should say that should be like hardened. And the way madness works, like in this game, is like you're regular people being pushed outside of like a normal comfort zone life. And as you're exposed to more things, the more it takes its toll on you. So, like, here's the thing. So, like, we're gonna go with violence first because I think violence is gonna be one that people are gonna be like, that's very strange. We're used to combat and role playing games to the point where, like, it's assumed outside. Like, I have to be like, Golden Sky Stories is a tabletop RPG about being yokai. There is no combat in that game because that's not the point. Your point is to be helpful little animal spirits, and you want to help out the locals of the small town you live in. And there's more of them now than there have ever been because, like, itch.io and like self-publishing has been very easy, but there's a lot of markets now. Drive Through RPG being an institution. There's a lot more markets now for RPGs without violence. But when I do say, if I look at my shelf behind me, what do I got? I got Legend of Five Rings, like Star Wars Edge of the Empire, Mutants and Masterminds, The Dark Eye, Rifts, Exalted, Eclipse Phase, Shadowrun, Trail of Cthulhu, Iron Kingdoms RPG, a bunch of World of Darkness books. All of those have combat. It's assumed that you will fight something in all of those RPGs, whether it's Titan virus horrors or like little German goblins or Sith or bounty hunters. There's a lot. Also, okay, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I did the same thing, Azure. I think Eclipse Phase is neat. I I cannot imagine getting a group together to play it though. It's a lot. It's a lot. Eclipse Phase is a transhuman horror RPG about kind of like the body horror of like switching bodies carelessly and what does it mean to be you. And it's also a setting where somebody could hijack your brain data effectively and like implant false memories or alter your memories, or just make a fork of you. Like you're fucking doing like a GitHub fork and you just make a clone of somebody. And the clone thinks that they're real because why wouldn't they be? Functionally, the clone and the not clone are the exact same. Did Altered Carbon actually like say Eclipse Phase was an influence? Because I think when second edition rolled around, it kind of fell out of favor quite a bit. Let's see. Something like that, yeah. But the thing is, like, because effectively, like, you have to kind of figure out, like, does a clone have a soul? If your brain is like, here's also an idea too. You're in a human shell. Your brain is uploaded to the cloud. Is that you? Are you dead? Like, have you passed on? Is that creature even you? It's like the Star Trek teleporter dilemma. When you get atomized and reconstructed on a planet, are you like? Did that kill you? Do you still like? Do you still live that? I mean, there's definitely been. Yeah, I imagine there's a lot of like games and media and stuff that kind of talk about that idea. Yeah, it's a lot to think about. Yeah, I don't think I would ever teleport myself for that reason. I mean, luckily magic doesn't have to deal with that shit. But yeah, like sci-fi teleporting, not great. Well, the thing is, like, I mean, non-combat games aren't bad. There's neat ways to do it. It's just that as role-playing game players, we have been conditioned that, like, yes, there will be violence. So, like, when we see a game without it, you're like, that's weird. That's weird, and I don't like it because change. And there are like, yes, I think everybody has like well, my group is a D&D 5e group, and we've got entire sessions without fighting a single foe. Yeah, so have I. We all have done that. That still does not make D&D like a game without violence. Like D&D is still based on violence. By the way, like, hey, look at the I forget which D&D 5e book has. The DM guide has magic items in it. No, just go to player handbook. Look at a sword. Tell me how much damage that sword does. Longsword, 1d8. That's meant for you to stab someone. The game was built with the assumption that at some point you would stab someone. Most of the spells are about dealing damage. Anyway. But for Unknown Armies, the idea is you're a regular person. And, like, as a regular person, if somebody attacks you with a knife, that's gonna fuck you up a little bit. So there are different levels of violence check. There's different levels. Arguably, Unknown Armies and Cult probably borrow from the same thread. I would almost say, weirdly enough, that like Unknown, if you know anything about magic, I would argue that Unknown Armies is like the left-hand path equivalent of Cult, which is more kind of like heavy right-hand path, Gnostic ritual kind of become the true god you were meant to be. While Unknown Armies is a lot of fuck around and find out and see what's really going on. But basically, the idea for all the different madness meters is that there's different levels of madness. So we're going to go for violence as an example. Violence level 1 is you're attacked with a weapon. You're attacked with a weapon. That's a level 1. A level 5 would be like be present. It says be present in a massive battle. So like, actually, we'll go back down to one level. A level 4 one is you kill someone. Most people haven't killed someone, but like in this case, let's say you get into a fight, you shoot a dude. You're gonna have to roll a madness check, which is rolling under your will. Is it will? Mind. You roll under your mind. Sorry, you roll under your mind. And madness, and then violence level 10 is you watch someone you love getting tortured to death. Like that's the most fucked up thing you could do, and it's really hard for that not to affect you. And if you make the save, you put a little hardened check where you see how there's like, hold on, I think I can actually trigger these. There's like 10 checks. So one of the checks is like you get like someone's trying to go after you with a knife, and let's say you fail your roll. Let's say you make your roll. We'll go with 16 first. You click that little box. You're hardened now. If somebody ever attacks you with a weapon again, you don't have to roll madness for it. You're used to it now. That's just something you have to deal with. And eventually you'll just keep checking these off one by one as you get more and more hardened. And even and then you would be like, hey, Isn't it a good idea to get hardened so nothing affects you? No. The game basically says if you ever reach level 10 of any madness check, like you become so hardened, you're basically sociopathic. You're barely a person. You're just so much repressed trauma. It's not like a lot of games though where they take your character away. They're not like you can no longer play your character. What happens is that basically all your stimuli, your rage, your fear, and your noble stimuli don't matter to you. You're just so numb that Haglug does nothing for you. You've just seen so much violence that you're just dull and dead inside, which also makes casting certain forms of magic very, very difficult, which we'll see later on. Now, if you fail, you put a little checkbox on there, and then you have to do one of 3 actions. Let me see if I can find where those are at. So you have 3 actions. You panic, aka you run the fuck away. So unironically, your first encounter with someone with a knife in this game might be like, they pull a knife. You get the fuck, like you panic and get the fuck out of there. It's a reasonable response. The other option is you're just stuck in place. You're just paralyzed. You just can't do anything. You're just frozen. Or the other one is you frenzy. You just lash at the target and you just kind of go at it. It's the fight or flight. So yeah. Also, paralysis doesn't mean you actually go super quiet. You might just stay there screaming. Pretty much fight deer in headlights, flight deer in headlights fight. Yeah, exactly. If you fill up all the gauges, you get the usual, like, you get madness in this game. Usually it's talking about, like, it has to relate to whatever did it. It's like a phobia or like a trauma bond, flashbacks, like blackout fugue states, addiction, delusions. One thing that it specifically mentions, like, hey, multiple personality disorder and schizophrenia aren't the thing. You can't, I mean, they're real, but they're like, you can't get enough violence trauma to the point where you become schizophrenic. Which is kind of neat. It's like they did a little research and a little thinking before they made their game, which I can appreciate. And there are extensive rules where it's like, hey, you can get therapy in this game. You can take therapy, which is neat, basically, but it takes a while. Like, it's legitimately hard to remove trauma like this, but you can do it. Like, they basically say, like, hey, every month of residential treatment or every 6 months of non-residential treatment, aka you just go to a therapist and live your life. You can make a mind check while your therapist helps out. And if both of you succeed, you can take a notch off your insanity gauge. Yippee! Let's go. And you can keep working it off. Like, you could have a character that just goes to therapy while they're dealing with a bunch of occult bullshit, which is neat. And then, okay, so then they're talking about, that's, I think, pretty much in on the mechanics. Basically, at this point, it talks about, like, what is your goal? Like, what is your character doing? So it gives you some options of, like, payback, you're trying to learn more about stuff, just greed. I mean, I'm sure a lot of therapists hear about people that talk about being able to do magic, and they're probably like, whatever you say, sweetie, yeah. Huh. Whoa. I mean, you could make that a thing. You could have a contact in this game, which is a mental health professional who's like, yeah. Or this is another thing too. This is another thing, Aslan. Another potential character concept. You're a therapist. You're overworked. You're like, let's say you're a government therapist, like you're a government psychologist. You're overworked. You have to see a lot of people, and it's very stressful. But usually, you got into it because you like helping people. You like helping people. And one day, someone goes in babbling about magic. And you're like, that's weird. And then another does. And then another does. And another does. And as a good therapist, psychologist, whatever, you're like, this is odd. And you begin looking into it. And you kind of start doing the, like, microfiche research. You kind of go digging around. And then you just accidentally find your way into, like, Oh, fuck, magic is real. All the people I said were crazy, the magic is real. It's just kind of fun. But yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I'm sure like I am not a therapist, so I don't know the correct way to like de-radicalize or like let me how like, ad break. Let me stretch. There we go. All right. All right. Ads are done. Yippee. Let's go. Maybe I don't watch Critical Role, so I don't know. I don't know. I feel like one of these days I should research Critical Role just to see like as a content producer on this here internet. I hate saying content producer. Something about like it's kind of like a soulless nature to it that I don't typically enjoy. But like they're doing something right, and I mean I think a lot of that doing something right is they were celebrities to start out with, which kind of gives you a leg up. I think if anything, if I was doing research, I'd probably look at like the Dimension 20 people or like ones that started doing this as like without any prior backing really and then kind of building from there. I I like to think I have a soul. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, I could see getting behind me because like each episode's what like 6 hours. Something like that? I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot. I imagine there's probably a recent contingency of people that get their Critical Role content from like summary channels and whatnot. This week's Critical Role sponsored by Tiefling Dude 47. Let's go. Something like that, yeah. That does make me think though. I do want to get I have not had a continuous role playing game session in a hot fucking minute. I want to get that together again first on stream, but like it's hard. It's hard to do that. I might just need to do like a I might just need to do like a oomphy reach out and be like, yo, who would potentially be down for like a monthly thing of this or bi-weekly or something like that. You got to grind that down. Hey, I mean, as somebody who is gainfully employed, they're working on it. Boy, howdy they are. The funny thing is not even that. It's like, oh man, there are days that's like when I think about my job, it's like, it's not great. But the thing that bothers me the most is I wish I could stream in the afternoon. Afternoon time slot seems like a lot of fun, and I can never do that. I can never do the afternoon time slot. It just does not exist for me. Let it be like that. And it's basically at this point, the rest of this chapter is sort of saying like making your way into the occult underground. Like it's kind of like how would like you at some point you learn it's a thing and like how do you get in? It's like making yourself some allies, social engineering, like literally stealing information, stuff like that. Time slots. I usually go by Eastern time. It's like 10:30 where I'm at now. Pile of metamorphic sludge. I am a real boy. But yeah, scheduling do be rough. So yeah, so that was book one. And book one of Unknown Armies is cool. I think it's probably one of my favorite tiers out of the three tiers. Like I said, we're not going to cover tier three, but tier two is where like Unknown Armies gets its flavor. Like tier two is where Unknown Armies is like, yes, this is this is Unknown Armies. These are the things you would recognize as being unique. Like here's a tier two party. Oh, it's all good. Have yourself a nice nap, but take it easy, yo. But before that, look at these. Look at these chuckle fucks. And the idea is like tier one or like street level. You're a regular person, and you're trying to like you're learning about the occult. You stumbled into it, maybe ass backwards, maybe on purpose. You're in too deep. Now at tier two, global. Exactly, Azure. It is when you are like your party is the cabal of magic people. Like, not necessarily that everybody in your party knows magic. Some of you might just be like a guy with a gun. Like your bodyguard might just be another PC. It's about forming kind of like your own cabal or your cult and competing against others over like ideological beliefs or power. Like, hey, you're the only one that can control the magic in this small size in this like medium sized city, that kind of thing. So, I'm gonna do another reading thing. Actually, probably what I'm gonna do real quick is I'm gonna take a very short idle break, and then I'm gonna read "Welcome to the Occult Underground." So I'm gonna shimmy down real quick. BRB, BRB. I am back. Hello, welcome, welcome. What am I doing? I'm pissing. Ah, I've returned. Hello. I can make the character she's not gonna be as super important, so I can make myself a little taller now. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I've returned. Let me stretch. And I drank before I stretched. Ah, ah. All right. So let me pause. Let me pause the music. Let me pause the music. I don't even think the music is particularly loud on your end. I can hear it. All right. Let me do. Let me read. Uh, Welcome to the Occult Underground. Beneath the living mirror of heaven, above the streets with secret names, there is a world of our desires, the Occult Underground. You are part of this world. The Occult Underground is not made of ordinary people. It comprises obsessed visionaries, mystic degenerates, hard cases with doctorates, fallen pagans, renegade scholars, drug dealing hermaphrodites, actors who refuse to be seen or heard, military vets bent for masons, children raised as gods, sewer dwellers, kill crazy psychos inspired by Logan's Run, worshippers of cardboard boxes, those who know the language of cats, secret societies of grocery store clerks, the followers of James Dean, holistic terrorists, stigmatic talk show hosts, that kid in the third grade who ate his thumb, autistic clairvoyance, old souls in new bodies, practitioners of tantric channel surfing, JFK suicide conspiracists, people who believe we never landed on the moon, people who believe they landed on the moon, and people who believe they are the moon. And these are your people, and you are one of them. And every one of you knows a secret no one else understands. That's not enough to merely believe in something, that you have to become that belief. That the world is you, and when you change yourself, the world changes too. The mundanes can't figure it out. It doesn't matter if you punch a clock at an auto shop or collect a six-figure salary at a global conglomerate. It's not important if you're the most reliable person at your job or if you get fired every couple of months. You just have this vibe that straight tells the world not to look too closely. Normal people who get in your life get out again pretty damn quick. They don't understand that who you do, like that what you do is not who you are. In the occult underground, your people love you. If they don't love you, they at least understand you. If they don't understand you, at least they tolerate you. If they don't tolerate you, at least they fear you. Beats the straight world any day of the week. Yay. Now I have to say, as an autistic clairvoyant myself, Or crystal healing. Oh god. I mean, that's just spirit science. It's not necessarily a puppet, but that's spirit science, unironically. Unironically. All right. So yeah, unknown armies. Yippee. All right. So we are at the point. So it's basically, it kind of tells you get a little bit more knowledge of the setting where it does kind of have a slight like edgy atheist streak where it's like, yeah, all religions are bullshit to a certain degree. It mentions that, but it's kind of like a lot of the stuff behind the religions are real, but like the actual religions themselves are wrong. You don't know what's up with the afterlife, but you know that you can talk to the dead and they refer to themselves like they're basically demons. You know magic is real. And there's a couple of different types of magic you can do. Hello, son. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? In this game, effectively at this level, there's three types of magic. There's like ritual magic. I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. I'm talking about unknown armies, aka cosmic bum fights, aka you at this tier of the game, you're now a bunch of weirdos. Also, I should do messy hair too. There we go. You're a bunch of weirdos who have now slipped in from polite mundane society into a society of magic and murder and conspiracy and the battle of like a battle of beliefs and willpower and a bunch of stuff. This is where like once you start getting like even if you're not magical, getting magical people under you or working with you, and this is where kind of like shit gets real fucking wild. So there's effectively three types of magic that's kind of like core at this level. One of them is old school style ritual magic. It's kind of boring. It's not that it's bad, but it's not unique to this game. It's and it's even the game is like this is not like the cool magic. This is magic anybody could do if they got the right rituals, but rituals don't really exist anymore. Like they just keep I mean, unironically, kind of, yeah. Unironically, those come into play. We'll see, we'll see. But the big ones that are the ones that Unknown Armies are famous for, arguably the magic that it's most known for, are adepts. Adepts are crazy people. That's it. Game's over. No, effectively, what's up with an adept is somebody who's so obsessed about a particular thing that it warps their worldview so hard through the power of their own stern, stubborn, crazy belief that the magic becomes real. It's taking a thing that's contradictory and giving it so much energy so hard that you bludgeon reality into it. It's kind of like orc magic, I guess. I think all out orc magic is kind of overstated in a lot of media these days. But it's kind of more like like they even mention it's kind of like if you heard the idea of chaos magic, it kind of plays on similar concepts. And then there's avatar magic. Avatar magic is also very neat, but less flashy. It's the idea of you embodying a archetype so strongly that you begin to develop magical powers that relate to that. So, like, the idea of, let's say, there is a archetypical warrior. Like, the warrior is an archetype. It is a reoccurring character throughout all of humanity. Ever since one human clubbed another human, there has been the warrior. And over the years, that archetype changes as the public perception changes, as like club guy became guy with spear and maybe a helmet, to trained to maybe like a knight, to a kind of like a musket shot guy, to now like a modern day soldier. Like the idea of a warrior exists, and if you realize what that is, it is kind of, it's very Persona. I think they kind of both kind of lead into the like Persona, and magic definitely plays on the collective unconsciousness. Like I'm pretty sure straight up like Tartaros. I forget if Tartaros is Tartaros tartar sauce is a collective conscious thing. I know the fucking underground maze in Persona 5 is like a collective unconscious thing. You could do that. I mean, the neat thing about the avatar magic is the game gives you an example of a couple of archetypes, but you can make more because there's like 366, I believe, 300 something. And like, well, they give you a handful of them that's kind of pre-made. If you want to make your own and kind of make that part of the game, you can totally do that. So yeah. And then it also mentions a little bit, and this kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier about like Wiccan stuff. The idea of the occult mainstream, which is like, hey, crystal shops and like different religions and like people who think they're like super cool, like goth Satanist meetups, those are the occult mainstream. They don't actually know shit. But the game is like, they're pretty handy because like, let's say you live in a small town, but there's a bunch of goth kids that like to go to the graveyard and smoke clove cigarettes and act like they're worshiping the devil and they're gonna summon Satan. Let's say you and your buds do a bunch of magic and they fuck shit up. You can blame the Satanists and then they'll get arrested, not you. And like, you'll probably have to move still, but like, they're not immediately hunting for your ass. You can also use them straight up to, like, you can use them to look for new people with potential. It's also incredibly funny where it's like, hey, you can fuck them. Like, straight up, the way they title this is very funny. Behold, you did it all for the nookie. The what? The nookie. Stick it in your yeah. God, this reads like a terrible shit post. The aspect ratio is so fucked. Hold on. Excellent. There we go. Doesn't matter. Had sex. Aslan. You're getting it. You're getting it. I'll explain a bit more once we get to how avatars work. You are right on the money. Not at least the basic idea is definitely there. So it's cool. The funny thing is, arguably, avatar magic is the better for the long term to be in the game. Like, if you have to choose, technically, you should probably do avatar stuff, but it's less powerful and less cool. Anyway, we'll get to that. So in the middle of the occult underground, which, like I said, not everybody in the occult underground is necessarily a wizard or like an avatar or a adept or anything. You could just know people, and you could just be like a mundane that happens to have a lot of like stuff going on, connections. Also, it's very funny. It's like, hey, why do you want to keep all this shit underground? You're a wizard, Harry. Like, you can get drunk and drink someone's soul. I'm not kidding. That shows up later. The idea, it's basically the same thing Vampire uses, where it's like, hey, if vampires one day were like, hey, we're real, get fucked, humans, every human would beat every vampire to death. Would there be unmitigated, would there be like giant catastrophic damage to human society? Yeah. Humanity would kill every vampire. If you, like, legitimately in like the end times, they were trying to drop nukes on the fucking Methuselah. Like, humans will do it. Humans will do it if it's what they mean. There we go. And then there's also more rumors. There's another tier of rumors, which is kind of fun. We can read through a little bit of those. Well, the funny thing is, like, vampires are weak to fire in World of Darkness. And what is more fire than nuclear hellfire, you know? Yeah, exactly. The funny thing is, like, I think nukes were maybe used, but I also remember in the, so World of Darkness, the OG one, like the original line, before they moved over to the new World of Darkness, because World of Darkness had a thing called a meta plot, which the idea of is like, yeah, you're running your campaign, you're doing your own stories, but every book you buy would have fiction that would progress. Like, characters would be introduced, shit would happen. And eventually when they were going to do the reboot, or they just kind of reached a point where they're like, let's release effectively an apocalypse book, like almost like a Warhammer End Times book for every line. And I distinctly remember in one of those, like, I believe the Ravnos Methuselah woke up. But Methuselah is like the big dick vampire basically stepped down from Cain, if I remember right. It's like Cain, the Methuselah for each clan, and then you got, like, it gets progressively weaker from there. The Ravnos one woke up, and in order to kill and or stop it, is a third gen? Oh, I might be missing second. Maybe I'm not thinking second. maybe I'm not thinking Methuselah. I'm thinking second gen, I believe. Maybe. Anyway, the Ravnos second gen woke up. Oh yeah, King did kill the second gen. Never mind. Third gen. Yeah, the Methuselah. Okay, I was right. So the Ravnos Methuselah woke up, and the Technocracy, which are technically a bad guy in Mage. They're one of those bad guys that are like, we want to progress humanity by making everything rigid and conformist and not like they're the ones who basically engineered capitalism and set magical rules so humans wouldn't engulf everyone in magical bullshit. But they basically made a kill set that channeled sun energy and directly into the Ravnos Methuselah. They are kind of like Illuminati XCOM, yeah. When you play Mage, you're supposed to be kind of like a free-roaming mage doing esoteric magic shit, and they are the no fun allowed police, while also being mages. I did get a Technocracy source book, which is interesting because like you can play them. They're not raging lunatics. They got some good ideas and like legitimate criticisms, but they are. If you're playing most games of Mage, they are kind of antagonistic to you in some manner. Mm. But anyway, let's read some rumors. The best seer in America is a woman who lives in the redwoods in California. She's called the Owl Woman, and she can tell what's going to happen to you if you bring her 3 live mice. I see. There's a lot of rumors about the president. The president is actually a clockwork under the control of a cabal of 7 teenagers. Dolphins evolved from humans millions of years ago. And these are all rumors, by the way. There we go. There's a guy in Belgium who handcrafts snowstorms for sale in glass bottles. There's a guy in Canada, blind from birth, who paints very pretty pictures of swans on old engine blocks. He says they're pictures of God. Let's see. That's another one I like. There's a sandwich shop, and a lot of them are location-based. I think the idea is that because once you reach this level, you're doing a lot of traveling. There's a lot of road trips and or like flights in this. And like once you reach this tier. Run by an old woman in an alley, and she just pulls out a pistol. She's like, ha ha! There's a sandwich shop in Atlanta where, if you ordered a special today, along with a hot beverage, they include a small slip of paper telling you the date of your death. Most people just throw it away or eat it on accident. Can you imagine having, like, you're going to die next week of a heart attack, and you just accidentally eat it? Cats have their own school of magic, which is a bit like dipsomancy, except with cat toys. How do I know this? My cat told me. Why do you ask? Let's see. So I'm taking a look at this. The damnation of the Illuminati is the inability to die of natural causes, coupled with the inability to procreate. And with every passing year, the degree of pleasure they obtain from their senses diminished. Hello, Ryzen! How you doing, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you do not know me, I am Halbernut the Mimic Elf. I am a miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. How's your stream? What games are you playing? I am showing everybody Unknown Armies 2nd Edition, which is really, really fun. It's very, very, very neat. Let's see. Another one. There we go. Unicorn Overlord. I keep hearing that. I'm waiting for a full release. I know that game is going to fuck super hard, and I'm ready for it, but I want to go in totally blind. Yeah, we're currently, this is Cosmic Bum Fights, aka Unknown Armies. Oh god, that's way too soon. Fuck, I'm not prepared. I did just buy a video game for stream though. Hey everybody, I bought Power Wash Sim. And I've been playing it a little while because you can upgrade your hose and whatnot. So that way, when I play the Warhammer expansion on Tuesday, I won't immediately suck shit. And I kind of get it. I kind of get Power Wash Sim. It is really the perfect put on music game and just kind of vibe. And you got a list of tasks. It's very nice. I get it now. I get it. I don't know why I decided to be silent for that, but I am very excited for Unicorn overall. I don't think I'll play it on release, though. I don't know when I'll play it. If I ever have time. We'll find out. I do have a I have a weakness that like productivity lists and checking shit off awards my brain serotonin real good. So like for instance, Fortnite. I'm whatever on Fortnite. It's fun enough to play, but the fact that the battle pass has got like a bunch of little stuff for you to do, we get little achievements and little dailies and whatnot, which is why I'm also susceptible to gacha games too. I was susceptible to gacha games because like, yeah, logging in for the day, hitting a couple buttons and getting a check mark and getting resources and stuff. It's like, yay! Woo! Brain goo like that. But no, Power Wash Sim has been fun. I will be playing it on Tuesday. I don't see how many streams are going to be out of that. Also next week I'll be continuing Magic Pendulum with Echo. It'll be on Wednesday. Next week I might only do one painting stream, or I might paint on Saturday as well, just to make up for it. I've played the game a little bit. It's pretty fun. Berserk Cleanup Detail is pretty fun. I don't know. I found something about Power Wash Sim just more pleasing though. I don't know. Maybe I think it literally was a checklist. Those make money fast emails aren't spam. They all carry fragments of a secret number of the beast in them. If you collect enough through those emails, you could reconstruct the name and talk to the adversary. There's also like every now and then where it's like, it does mention a couple of things like, yeah, spam emails are still around, but like, I don't think the idea of get rich quick schemes and scam emails have kind of diminished. But after this point where it's like, you're deep in the occult underground and it's talking about like, what cabal are you going to be building? Like what, like, are you making your own group? Like what goals do they have? What assets? Like what is their mission? Who do you have access to? And it kind of has some examples of some existing ones. And they're pretty neat. They're good for GM tools. And I'll probably, so my goal is, God, I hope I can get to actually, if I have to run a little bit longer tonight, just so I can end it on like what I would consider to be like a series of good plot hooks would you want to run this game? I will make sure that happens. Rescue Nubian princesses. Someday I hope they get okay. But now what we're going to do is we're going to go to magic. And the cool magic that that is the iconic magic of Unknown Armies. So I'm skipping ritual magic. It's fine. Ritual magic in Unknown Armies is fine out of 10. It's okay. It does exactly what you need it to do, and there's a lot of cool stuff going on. You can do some neat shit with it. It's not what you come to Unknown Armies for. Scroll my way down to adept magic. So adepts are, like I said, there are people with very singular, powerful worldviews that are so skewed that magic happens because in their brain, there's no reason why magic wouldn't happen. And technically, the idea is like each one is both a unique little snowflake, but also there's reoccurring patterns in how certain adepts like to kind of like come about. So if you ever find two adepts who do the same thing, they will hate each other to death because they are rivals and the other guy's doing it wrong. He doesn't get it like you do, man, and you have to kill him. So you can literally have an adventure where like two separate adepts are trying to recruit forces to kill the other straight up. And maybe that's what the PCs are. Hell, yeah, fuck that guy over there in particular. But like, it's the way that like you can kind of structure the levels. Like, let's say an adept runs a let's rewind all the way back to the example, and I'll spell these out a little bit more towards the end. Let's go back to the idea for our character. They're into Wicca because that's their current ADHD hyperfixation of the month. They go to the Wicca store. And instead of a white woman that uses turquoise jewelry and loves Native Americans, in a kind of strange way, it's an adept. They might look identical. That lady might be an adept. She might be a Cleomancer. We'll go on that later. But instead of trying to be like, oh, I want to help you out, or maybe this is what was going on previously. Why she sent you to a house. She's like, okay, you seem like a moron. You seem gullible but driven. So I want to give you a package, and I want you to take it to this other guy. And let's just say it's like a little like cursed item, or like a little bomb or gun or something like that, or it's a message. Like maybe it's like his favorite cat's head in a box, just specifically to fuck with the other adepts. And then like you are a well-meaning Wiccan. You just wanted to do Wiccan bullshit. And now you've been drafted in the Unknown Armies, baby. Let's go, title drop. You're drafted into a war between two paranoid nut jobs with access to magic. So yeah, there we go. And so yeah, that's another whole layer of plot elements you can kind of add on to this. And there's 3 laws of magic, which I don't want to take a huge amount. I still don't know the exact like free use part for paid books. I do own this book. Like I said, I do have it on my shelf. So yeah, but like I think this is an important thing to keep up. There are 3 laws of magic. Make it a little bigger. So the law of symbolic tension. Magic is always a paradox. The law of transaction. You only get out of it what you put into it. And the law of obedience. Your magic is the only magic. AKA, you can't double dip. You can't double dip into other magic because your brain is wired to not work that way. And the way adepts generally work is that they have a thing they're into, and by doing that thing, they gain charges. It's not like D&D Vancian magic where you prepare spells and you go to sleep and you wake up and you do it all over again. You do a thing that activates your passions, and you you spend every day working on that. And you keep going over and over and over and over and over because you want to keep getting charges by doing your thing. So let's begin going through the different adept schools. This will be relatively brief. We'll kind of go over what they are and then like what some cool magic stuff they can do. No. Most tabletop RPGs aren't really abandonware. Not necessarily, no. It's a hottie on the right. It's him, John Jojo. How you doing, Skis? Welcome. How you doing? I mean, this game is 22 years old, but like you can still buy it. You can still buy it on Drive-Thru RPG, and the creators will get money for it. So like, it's not like, would I show Fatal on screen like snippets? Yeah, who gives a fuck? And there's probably some like really, really old RPGs that maybe no one would give a shit, but like this one, I'll just do snippets. I think that's fair. And pictures are good too. You wouldn't download a game from the interwebs. So this guy is our first adept. And this adept is not the wildest, but this is the one like he's just like me for real. This is bibliomancers. Bibliomancers are obsessed with books. It's kind of the idea of like the whole knowledge is power, but they get tweaked so hard on the idea of owning books that they don't even really read books anymore. They just like collecting books to an obsessive, hungry degree. And it's no longer enough just to get regular ass books. They want rare books. They want forbidden books, banned books, expensive books. They'll still buy a bunch of books. Yeah, it's like a Steam library. This is the thing too, where it's like, there is an edition of this game, Unknown Armies 3rd edition. And I try to remember when that game came out. It also requires like 2 or 3 books, which is kind of aggravating. This version came out in 2017. So it's newer, air quote, in the fact that it's like 7 years old. I mean, true, yes, but it's the thing about them is that they do got that like tension moment of like they still believe in the power of books and like kind of have that kind of like thing guiding them. For me, I don't have any delusions about owning a bunch of unpainted miniatures. You could technically be a manga bibliomancer. You could. So yeah, and eventually you do become so magical power where you can gain knowledge from your books without reading them. But yeah, bibliomancers are the type of adept that doesn't go out very often. Like a lot of adepts are basically weird hermits, whether they're actually hobos or like they just don't go anywhere. A bibliomancer basically lives in their house, which is now like a crazy library. It's if anybody's ever seen Read or Die, it is Zapepa. Except she reads her books. She reads her books. She actually reads her books, and also I have to say, um, I try to remember. Yomiko Reedman is one of the cutest anime characters of all time. I find her incredibly adorable, and she was made in a lab to target me specifically. All right, so so basically, I'm going to explain how a bibliomancer gets a charge. They buy books. And there's different tiers. There's different tiers of charges, right? So, what's it called? And there's a couple of other things. All like a lot of them have blasts, which are basically like I shoot you with magical power. Bibliomancers don't have that. Yomiko Reedman, hold on. Let me get a picture of her. Let me get a picture of her. She is a crazed bookworm woman that basically lives in a crazy book library that is her house. She's got big, thick glasses. She's kind of got frumpy hair, and I don't know what that says about me as a person, but she activates my almonds in such a way. Like, look at her. Look at everybody perceive Yomiko Reedman. Everybody just look at Yomiko Reedman. Look at her. This is her buying daily books. This is not like, oh, I'm gonna digest her. This is just what she does. She fucking works for the British because they fund her book obsession. Just gonna put her there for now. I would say she's a bibliomancer, but she also reads her books. But yeah, most adepts can use a blast to hurt things. Um, Bibliomancers can't. They just don't got a blast. And here's the thing. Here's how you get a minor charge. You spend $100 in books, either on the same author or the same topic in a short like burst. And this is from 2002. Let me see. Inflation calculator. Because $100 in books is not that much these days. Let me see. We're talking about like $100 dues in 2002 money. That is roughly 175. So let's say roughly round up. If you were to modernize this game, you need about like $200 in books to get a magical charge. And magical charges are like the easiest charges to get. Like they fund all of your basic magic, and they just do like if you want to do any bit of added magic, you just do that. Significant charges are rare books worth $500, so assuming roughly about the same price. Let's see, roughly around the same price, same conversion. That is about $870. So like, yeah, nearly $1,000. A book that's nearly $1,000 is a significant one. Sounds like a complete God. I got one of the leatherback versions of Berserk because I keep meaning to read it. That was like $50. It was worth it. I love these. I love that manga is being made in omnibus collections now. And I got like a couple. I got like the Azumanga Daioh omnibus. The Azumanga Daioh omnibus fucks with me though, and it's not their fault. And so like, there's an accent in Japanese. I think from Okinawa. I think it's the Okinawan accent. I could be wrong. There's an accent. That depending on the era of translation and like who is translating it, either gets translated into a Brooklyn accent or a Southern US accent when translated English. When I initially read Azumanga Daioh way back in high school, the way they did Osaka was Brooklyn. She would just be like, yeah, forget about it. Like she'd literally say, forget about it, straight up in there, as a funky little translation of her accent. And I'm sure that's probably not very accurate to the main text at all, but I have a soft spot for that. And in the omnibus, she's Southern, and I even believe when the anime translations, they make her Southern. And Southern's probably a better fit, but goddamn, do I still love fucking Brooklyn, Osaka. Hey, I'm Ozumangang over here. Hello, Rustin. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am digital is probably easier to store and cheaper as well. Fair bit. I'm showing everybody Unknown Armies, a tabletop RPG from 2002 about being a what's it called? Cosmic bum fights. But we're at the level now where you're rival bands of occultists dealing with each other. And then basically in order to get a major charge. So here's the thing. For adepts. Yeah, Joey Wheeler is another example of that. We're probably in Yu-Gi-Oh! And now Joey would probably be Southern. Probably be Southern now. But the idea is that adepts minor charges are not easy to get, but no, they're easy. They're easy enough for an adept. An adept can reasonably get minor charges pretty easy. A significant charge takes a bit more work. Major charges are the big deal. Like this is something an adept might an adept might strive for. In order to get a major charge, you have to acquire a one-of-a-kind book. So like literally like the gold discs in Mormonism, or like the Voynich manuscripts, or like the author of an incredibly like the diary of J.R. Tolkien or something like that. If the Necronomicon is real, you would want to own it. And major charges are interesting. So minor charges give you magic, and they let you do cool magic shit. Significant ones are where like real ball busting magic happens. Major charges are basically like you cast a miracle. There are no set in stone. It effectively needs to be like a famous one. The general concept is because this game. Yeah, there is a porn cult. Yeah. We'll be talking about that very soon. Do not worry. It's less like you. The thing is, it's when you hear pornomancy, you expect one thing and it's a very different thing. Actually, I'm not defending it or anything. I'm just saying, if anything, if you're thinking it's boner magic, it's yes, but no. So yeah. A lot of the way magic works in Unknown Armies is collective unconsciousness stuff. So like, yes, if your friend Dave makes a book and you buy the book from Dave, that's a one-of-a-kind book. No one gives a shit. However, arguably, if you go and straight up steal, like, what's a rare book that you could steal reasonably? I don't know. I'm going to keep going by diaries. Let's say you steal the Diary of Ben Franklin. I assume only one exists, and for the sake of this argument. You get a major charge of it. Also, there's also a taboo. There's also a taboo that if you ever destroy a book, even one you don't own, you lose all your charges. You can also not sell, loan out, or give away books. Which is very funny. So the idea too is like if you're doing mage warfare, you might unironically send like a bunch of street toughs to set your neighbors, used to set the guy's house on fire, or like get into a gunfight with them and you know that comic where a guy straps a bunch of babies to him and like, what now? If you shoot me, you would squish a baby. If you wanted to outsmart a bibliomancer, you could have a trench coat filled with books. And then that's Barracuda. Okay, hold on. I have to show the baby armor guy. I thought people just knew about that panel. It's pretty famous. It's kind of insane. I'm not surprised it's from the Punisher. I'm not surprised it's from Punisher Max. But I need to put that on screen. Yeah, I'm also not surprised it's Warren Ellis. You can't shoot me. You can't tase me. You can't gas me. You can't even knock me down. Not without something very fragile and precious going squish. That's him, the baby body armor. I don't think they gave a fuck. I'm pretty sure it's Warren Ellis. It's for the shock value. He succeeded. I mean, technically, you could maybe kill him with a headshot and then like immediately find someone to grab them. I don't know. But yeah, It was a lot more common knowledge on the internet. Oh, fun tabletop RPG fact. Hold on, I need to take a sip because I need to do the nerd voice. Did you know that in Dungeons and Dragons, 3rd edition, in the book of Vial of Darkness, there's actually a set of artifact armor you can wear that does give you a similar effect to this guy. Yes, this exists. Yeah, there we go. Didn't he also do Crossed? The only thing I remember from Cross is that there's a guy beating someone to death with a horse dick. And it's not in the fun way like you can do in Disgaea, where you can steal a horse dick and then dive inside the world that's inside that horse dick, and then level up the horse dick, and then equip your strongest monster with the horse dick, and then you win the game forever. Guys, this guy is a fun series. I love this guy. Disgaea 4 is the best, though, in my opinion. I like Disgaea 4 the most, even though I started with Disgaea 1. But anyway. So basically what they do, magic kind of stuff they can do is like you have a library full of books, you can spend a charge to instantly know anything. Like basically you could spend magic to recall anything from a book you own. Speed reading, basically using books as looking glasses, stuff like that. You can like using 2 charges to look through the future, stuff like that. Let me see. Make an inanimate object look like another inanimate object for 15 minutes. So basically you could pretty much be like, yes, this gun is actually a book, and you carry your book gun to the library, and then you shoot the librarian in the face because they were another bibliomancer and they're fucking with your shit. That's a thing you could do. Or you could curse a target with that, with the aphasia. Basically, you could kind of make them unable to speak coherent sentences. And it lasts until the target sleeps, and it will cause madness checks on them as well. Oh, fuck, I also just realized I didn't go through the different madness gauges. They're pretty, like after knowing madness, they're pretty straightforward. Violence is if you do something really violent or see horrible violence. Unnatural is when you see things that shouldn't exist and it fucks with you. Helplessness is when you're left in a state where you can't do anything. Like, straight up, like, you can't stop a tragedy, or, like, you've been rendered, like tied up, stuff like that. Isolation is when you begin to withdraw away from humanity. And to the point where, like, you can't relate to people anymore. And self is involving your self-image. Like, stuff that damages your self-image, or like you fuck around with people. Buried alive, some can be multiple. Buried alive would be helplessness and isolation. You can absolutely trigger both of those from the same thing. Or like unnatural and violence could kick in, depending on how bad it is. Like you could start unnatural, and then like there could fight like a horrible unnatural construct, and then that could trigger a violence check that might make you freak out. Probably ideally, if I had to choose, helplessness would probably be the main one, though, because a high helplessness, because unless someone fixes you, you're gonna die. And basically, like if you get the one of a kind book, they have some ideas for like, hey, what are you going to do with your major charge? You could trap somebody into a book forever, like by making them a character. Like the magic is so strong, like major charges are legitimate. Straight up. Like you could take a guy and add him to Huckleberry Finn, and now that guy is just a character in Huckleberry Finn, and was basically forever. Everybody's like, yeah, that's Jim. I always thought that was weird that Jim was in Huckleberry Finn. He didn't really fit in very well, but whatever. Or you could basically make it so a fact disappears from the world, so only you know about it. Learn any skill. Discover any piece of information, no matter how well concealed. You could learn like the true name of a demon, or like straight up, like you could learn horrible stuff. Not Jim Huckleberry Finn. Wild, right? All right, we're going to the next one. Cleomancy. Cleomancy is history magic. And the idea of cleomancy is being like, it's the idea that like everything is based on history, like that our past shapes what we are today, and like famous things from like from the past still has a very, very strong influence. That's actually the like part of the horror coven. There's not. There are demons, but demons are effectively trying to communicate with dead people, and they're basically universally mean and horrible. But the idea that humanity is by itself in a collective consciousness spinning ball all alone. Yeah. It's yeah. Or you could like okay, this is a fucked up thing. If I the bibliomancer Hal obtained a copy of like a one of a kind copy of a book, I could make somebody a fatal sample character. And then they no longer exist. They never existed. They only exist in the concept of fatal to be a sample character. Can you imagine? That's fucked up. But like, but the Cleomancers, they're kind of obsessed with that, the history of like history influencing the future and how history binds everything. But they're also really, really big on the physicality of history. They're not just really big about knowing facts. They like going to the Eiffel Tower and like drinking that history and physically. They become obsessed with like having famous historical things. They love the famous locations. They love the stuff. And the kind of paradox is like history's a lie, man. But it is. Like the whole like history is written by the winners kind of deal, or like a lot of things that don't have physical, like they believe that the history that's concrete and that you can hold is so powerful, and it is, but they basically miss so much of actual history, which, considering that you're in the occult underground, could be a lot. Cleomancers also don't have a blast, and basically what they do is they get charges by going to famous locations. So, hey, if you go to where, if you, and like the minor charges are for where a famous event happened that no one really knows about. And I don't mean that as it's like hidden knowledge, as in like, hey everybody, do you know where Marilyn Monroe's house was where she died? No, no one here does really, unless they're obsessed with Marilyn Monroe. I keep wanting to say Marilyn Manson. Like Golf Brain keeps making me want to say Marilyn Manson. But the idea is like, if you go visit to where Marilyn Monroe died, you get a magical charge, like a minor one. Now I'm physically having to struggle to say Monroe. I want to say Manson. The significant charge is you go to a place that people know about. Like, you're going to the Eiffel Tower. You're going to the White House. The thing is, though, because they're so famous, Cleomancers want to go there all the time. So, like the White House one, every Cleomancer wants to go to the White House. Only the first 4 get significant charges from it. If you're the 5th Cleomancer that goes there, you get a minor charge. But there's also a weird bit of a mind game where it's like, here's this. A person might become the secretary, or like a chef in the White House, or a fucking janitor in the White House. Like a low-level menial job in the White House, because they're a Cleomancer. They're deep in the occult underground. They need those charges. But let's say the fucking janitor and the chef are both Cleomancers. What if the entire White House staff were Cleomancers? And every day they rush to the White House to be there first to get the powerful magic they need for their off time. But also working for the White House puts a lot of restrictions on you. Legitimately, Aslan, you could do that. A plot point in Unknown Armies is that the President of the United States is a high-ranking Cleomancer who is so obsessed with the history of the United States and the physicality of it that they schedule their plane flights so that ways they can suck charges off of things. And yeah, Europe is probably also a battleground too for that kind of thing. Yeah, because like you're like it's neat. So and then to get a major charge is you have to go somewhere. You have to be the first person in 10 years to go to a place to harvest a charge. And then it just goes back to a significant and it goes back to the minor. And this is very funny what they mention. Hey everybody, if you're a Cleomancer and you train your whole life to be an astronaut, the moon has a major charge because of the moon landing. Whether you go by the logic of this game that the moon landing's fake or not, and you could do either and both would be perfectly fine, the public belief that the moon landing is real means that that's a famous historical place. So someone might become a Cleomancer just to go, like, not become a Cleomancer. Your brain, people don't choose to be adepts. Their brain is so warped that they become adepts. But an adept might put aside their weirdness to become an astronaut because if they get that major charge, they could do some bullshit. Legitimately go piss on the moon for the magical properties of it. Oh my god. And a lot of this is like spelled. The thing is, since Cleomancy charges aren't super hard to get, I forget how they lose charges, or what their taboo is. They might not have a taboo. Oh, basically, charges only last for a little while. So minor significant go away in a month, and major charges, theoretically, you can hold on to longer, but like nobody knows how long a major charge lasts because if you get one, you're going to use it because it's a big deal. So a lot of Cleomancer stuff is like social manipulation. So you can borrow people's skills. You can kind of like hide your face with some deja vu stuff. You can look in the visions of the past. Let's see. You can magically spread rumors. We can see what the magical, like the major charge of this one is. Oh, okay. So basically, when you do that, you rewrite history. Not what actually happened, but what everyone believes happened. And the way they say it is like something fairly obvious that like they basically say it's a kind of just history changing like this. Like you can't make Einstein unlearn everything. However, you could use the major charge to convince everybody that Einstein was a hack and he stole all of his ideas from your grandma. Like she was the real Einstein, and because Einstein was a horrible dude who put on a good public face, he stole all the ideas from her, and then you could use that to like get money and sell books and whatnot, or like you could use that to erase a famous general's name from history. So you could take like a famous battle and just be like, yeah, that guy wasn't in it. The battle was won and somebody led the charge, but it's been lost to history. All right. So these first two are really heady and like really big brain kind of thing. We're about to get to arguably one of the most famous ones of this one. And this is dipsomancy. It is the magic of getting shithouse wasted. I mean, it's hard to get. The thing is, major charges are very hard to get in this game. Like, it's a big deal. It's like a campaign can be based around getting a major charge. So it's not like they're constantly erasing history, but maybe they are, and that could be a plot point. Like, you could legitimately do like the whole Berenstain Bears thing, where like it's a bunch of Cleomancers who keep getting charges and raiding. Not raiding. Hello, raiders. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? Hello, Chocobungus. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everybody. If you do not know me, I am Halbernut the Mimic Elf. I'm a miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. Ooh, what is Minion Masters? Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. I am giving everybody a tour of Unknown Armies, 2nd edition. It is a role-playing game of cosmic bum fights, aka nobodies who kind of end up in the occult underground and then get in way over their heads with some stuff. And we're going over adept magic, which is like the wild, basically the magic that like real hyper-focused crazy people focus on. So here's how dipsomancy works. And you're not. Well, thank you for your pet. Thank you, thank you, thank you. In dips, like, yeah, a lot of people get drunk. That's not a big deal. But drinking becomes your life. Magic slabs, unironically, yes. Like, drinking becomes beyond your personality. Like, you live to drink. It is all you do. It is who you are. Like, the whole thing about the sober personality becomes the fake and the drunk one becomes real. And if we gotta go back to the law of symbolic tension, the kind of paradox of dipsomancy is you use drinking to become your best you. When you're drunk, you become your funniest. You become the most free, the most outgoing. You don't have to think too hard. But it's free, like you're a slave to alcohol. You cannot function other than booze. You become a shell of a person. And like you just keep it will eventually kill you. It will ruin your life. But like, hey, while you're drinking, you can do anything. And dipsomancers are actually the first one with a blast. The way dipsomancy works is you use drunk magic to throw shit at people, like magically. Like when you saw the guy throwing bricks earlier, he's a dipsomancer. He's just making objects ricochet so hard they function like gunshots. And also, if you're drunk, if the target is drunk, you can have up to a plus 30% chance of hitting them, which is wild. And basically, what happens is that the more you drink, the more charges you get. And there is like a drinking rule. Like eventually, if you drink too much, you will pass out. And the thing is that you get major charges. Sorry, significant charges. So basically, drinking regular booze, like a beer, glass of wine, or a shot of whiskey, but you must get drunk off of it. Will give you a minor charge. That's how you do your minor magic. A major charge is you drink out of a cool glass. Like you're drinking out of like, I'm trying to think of like a good example. Like they mentioned like JFK's mug during the Cuban Missile Crisis, or like a skull of a famous person, something like that, like a recognizable famous object. And a major charge is you get like legendary booze. Like you're talking about like the whole like from Poe's like the cask of Amontillado. Like that's fictional booze, right? Right? Wrong. If it's real and you drink it, you're getting a major charge. One of a kind, like booze that maybe was like made out of someone important's blood or something like this. They could be a little. You could be a Viking style one too. And the funny thing is, you lose all your charges when you sober up. So literally, you're strongest when you're drunk, and when you're sober, you're weak. And basically, you get a bunch of stuff that kind of like, what's it called? All of your spells basically let you do really cool stuff. Like you can ignore your drunk penalty. You can get like an alcoholic vision of what to do to get a hunch. You can basically like drunken kung fu. You can do all kinds of stuff like that. You can become invisible for 15 minutes where basically you just kind of are there and no one really processes you mentally. A really wild one is called soul sipping. So like let's say somebody has a chalice made of Elvis's skull. Like they're a big shot dipsomancer and they take some good drinks out of that. They can drink and they have you held down. They can you have to put your mouth on them physically. You can drink the magic or the soul out of their body. And the more you drink, the more skills of yours you steal. Until they're dead. Which is wild. Pretty baller. And then if you get if you get a major one, the major ones you could like exchange bodies with someone, teleport someone, raise the dead as hideous half-living creatures. A lot of the Dipsomancer majors ones aren't super wild compared to the others. But you could be like, if you're a powerful dipsomancer, you might legitimately keep tracking down rare alcohol, like one of a kind unique alcohol, because your liver is failing and you need to hop bodies. Like that could be a plot point too as well, where it's like, hey, a friend of yours started acting really weird and they started drinking a whole bunch. What the fuck is up with that? That would have to be like, that would be a kind of hard one though, because like a major dipsomancer is incredibly powerful. All right, let's go. Let's go to the Entropomancer. Yippee, let's go. I'm a Dixomancer. Get all my power from sucking dick. You could probably do that. There's. I mean, I think you could technically make up your own if you work with your GM. You would have to find some way to have that kind of be like occult and mysterious, though. Ah, yes and no. The thing is, the when I say unique alcohol, oh, hold on, ad time. Okay, so Calvin, yes and no. You can do that, but it can't be like the mayor's unique wine would have to be like legendary wine, like one of a kind, famous, something real special about it. So like if the mayor has like some real fine Italian vintage kicking in his basement, that doesn't quite count because honestly, other than the vessel you drink out of, dipsomancers can get fucking drunk on Pabst Blue Ribbon. That's it. As long as drinking like shitty store beer gets them drunk, it doesn't matter. Then this is the Entropomancer. Let's go. They are chaos mages, and not for like the typical famous kind of chaos magic. It is basically like being reckless to the point of like reckless endangerment of the self. Like surfing and like skateboarding in traffic, doing extreme sports just for the sake of like putting yourself on the edge of death. And let's see. And it's kind of basically like pushy. The paradox is kind of weak on this one, honestly. But it's the idea of like you're not being chaotic. You're just being reckless. Where it's like you're not even doing like a calculated risk. You're just kind of throwing yourself out there. Oh, the medical grade alcohol would get. I guess you could do that to have like a little thimble to get you drunk, but I don't know. But yeah, basically it is being a thrill seeker to the point of like near death. And the way you get your magic is let me see. And basically you can pretty much make somebody's body obtain injuries until they explode. And pretty much what you do is you have to just risk a significant amount of money, minor injury or humiliation on a public stunt. A major one is one where the stakes are life or death. And so the significant one are stakes of life or death. And then basically the major one is, yeah, parachute jumping without a parachute would get you a significant charge. The major one is what you call a dick ass move. You have to gamble with the life of a loved one and yourself, or put 10 innocent people at risk. So like let's say it's like kind of doing like I've put together a thing where there's a very likely chance that if I ramp this car over this ramp, it will not make it and crash into these 10 people, killing them and myself instantly. Or you might do like a fucking or do like a fucking Russian roulette thing with like you and a significant other. Something like that, yeah. Like just like one after the other, like spin, pull, spin, pull. That could get you one, yeah. And a lot of them are just kind of like luck effects and like ways to make yourself sturdier. Probability manipulation. It's fine. And the major one is basically having phenomenally good luck for like lottery stuff. Kind of like you could also kind of rewrite history. Like let's say you're like, this is also kind of a sweet thing a little bit. Um Like you could make it world's best. Yeah, legitimately you could do that. You could be an entropomancer and start doing sick nasty stunts as the bus driver. You'll get fired, but you might get a major charge depending on what you do. And it's funny, like in a way, a lot of the ones involving like World War II, they're like, hey, you can't change, like the farther back in the past you change, the less likely it's going to do anything. What you can do is like, hey, when you were a child, your father got killed by a drunk driver coming home from a late shift at work. That was some bad luck, right? Uh, After that, you became a reckless person. Like you started like doing a bunch of crazy stunts and bullshit because that's the only way you can make the pain go away. But eventually, if you kind of like found out that, hey, if I did the most crazy ass stunt of all time, one that I have a good chance of not surviving, I could rewrite history so my father never died. That's something you could totally do. That could, once again, that could be a whole fucking campaign based around that. Are we just fucking recreating Speed with Nick Cage? And then there's the the Epiduromancer. This is an incredibly 90s school of magic. I will not post the full picture of it. It is the magic of self-harm. There we go. We'll just put the guy's head. It's the idea, like, once again, this is a bit much. Maybe mute for like a minute or two. If going back to the idea of paradox, it's the idea of you taking control of it's taking your own pain and your own suffering and your own life into your own hands. It's finding a way to physicalize that through self-harm. And the idea is like it's mutilation. You're causing lasting damage to yourself as a form of magic. Like you think it's beautiful the way you're altering your body, and it helps. Like in the background of this too, it's hard to see. There's like a lot of pictures of like muscle men, while the actual guy is like kind of like a skinny, kind of like what would pejoratively be called a twink now, I guess. But it's like say it's like somebody who kind of like cuts himself to cope and then realizes like this is beyond coping. This is art. This is true power. This is where real control is. It's letting the blood run free. And they have arguably one of the worst blasts, not in terms of it being bad as it's being real fucked up. Is effectively it does the thing where you touch a victim and you basically like mutilate their body. Like you can do some chaos cultist shit where it's like you touch them on the face and you seal their mouth. And the only way to breathe is for them to cut their own lips open. Like that kind of thing. And you gain charges by hurting yourself. Minor injuries get you a minor charge. Significant ones are ones that where you take a lot of damage. A lot of damage. And then major charges are when you maim yourself in a permanent way. Like hand, nose, eye, both ears. Something that will debilitate you forever. Gives you a major charge. But if you let anyone else touch your body, you lose everything. You lose everything. Your body is yours. Like no one else can affect your body. And a lot of the stuff is involving like body manipulation. Like you don't need sleep anymore. You can spend charges to regenerate. You can only regenerate stuff other people have done to you. You can make your body stronger. You can really fuck up someone's body. And the major charges, like the real spicy stuff, is you can completely basically resculpt someone's body. It's not as like their stuff are not as wild. Oh, you can also just melt somebody's body. You can just liquidate someone's body with a significant charge. But a major charge, because they're one of the schools where major charges are quote unquote, when I say easier to get, yes. Going to the moon is a lot harder than cutting off both your ears. It's not great. But yes, it's way more plausible for somebody to do that. So yes, so that means the major charge isn't too wild. Then there's the Mechanomancer, which I think was one that was in a second edition source book and was added to the main one. I'm not gonna lie. Mechanomancers are kind of like whatever. It's it's the idea of like old, good, new, bad, but in terms of just like almost going like steampunk techy, like you're going hard into clockwork stuff, and it's the like the paradox is like you're obsessed with a type of retrofuturism, like you're creating clockwork contraptions that are by their nature outdated compared to especially 2024 science, but for you it's super duper real. Um, I'm not gonna fuck with it because it's like not it's building robots. It arguably it doesn't really fit with the rest of the game. It reeks of expansion book. I'm gonna skip through it. Now, here we go. Here's a real World of Darkness kind of thing. Like, especially for people who have played like looked at the newer vampire book. Hey, everybody, tell me what like this guy is not the most 2000 era, like late 90s, early 2000s motherfucker who has ever lived. This is also the one. This is also the one that ditches. This is the one that ditches the typical naming scheme. This is the narco alchemist. These are people that, for them, alchemy and drugs. It's Unknown Armies, which has a lot of similar origins, I believe. This is a more kind of like personal human horror one. One with not Dante. No, Dante from Devil May Cry is not in this one, unfortunately. But it's effectively where it's like the idea of like alchemists were getting it right, but what they were doing wrong was focusing on transmuting the gold. What they should have been really focusing on was drugs. Well, later, Fred. For you, drugs make sense. Like the tweaking of drugs is how we will sort of and get like basically kind of transcend humanity, really affect and like kind of like really go to the new tropics court sort of thing. And it's the idea of becoming a slave to drugs in order to become like the new man, where it's like, yes, I will transcend humanity. I will create the perfect drug that really lets me see beyond the veil, but also like you're a crackhead. At some degree, you're a crackhead. And a lot of it is you get minor charges from psycho like serious psychoactives, or effectively they're like coke, ecstasy, stuff like that. Significant charges are effectively where you have to go into your lab and make really baller fake drugs. Like it's one of those ones that are like, golden sands. Whoa. I've made magical weed. Whoa. So you gotta make those. And do they have a major charge? So the funny thing about this is they're straight up like nobody's made a major charge yet. We don't know how to do it. Narco alchemists are trying to figure out what will give them a major charge. And like that could be the goal of the campaign, is like the breakthrough of like, we'll find how are we gonna find a major charge? And it's like basically you just make fancy like Quicksilver and Jupiter X and Mars dust and Venus's roof. It's like solar gold. It's like when I love this game, but whenever somebody makes fake drugs, they always sound like the stupidest bullshit you've ever heard. And it's pretty much, it's like, hey, if you get a major charge, you just make the Philosopher's Stone and all the shit that entails that. And all the shit that entails that. Yeah, we do it on time. Yeah, this might go a little longer. A little longer. It's fun to talk about, like I said, these. So I believe that the starting, like, when you're at street level is the ideal way to play, but I do really like I do really, really like about the add-ups are probably the most fun bit. Ah, so here's an interesting thing about like this stuff. The idea of a full add-up party almost kind of doesn't work because all of you are so, unless there was like a very strong goal to unite all of you together, all of you are so like weirdos with your own shit and worldview going on that you're not really compatible. It would be more likely if you're playing a like a tier 2 campaign that you would maybe have like one adept in the party and maybe a couple that are like friends with the group. And like some of them are more like the Dipsomancer and like the Personmancer could like there's a couple that could get along, but there's probably a couple that couldn't. Like it just they're just incompatible people, or just by being this kind of person, they just become self-destructive enough you can't really keep them around. And they also mentioned like, hey, could two narco alchemists might be a bad example. Two dipsomancers, both of you get alcohol through drinking, power through drinking. You should love that, right? No. They basically, it's kind of that like, I'm the real dipsomancer, you're a sham fraud and you're doing it wrong. And also you have a fancy glass and I want to kill you for it because I need that. I need that so I can get significant charges. Give it to me. Give it to me. I need it. Something like that, yeah. Hello, Lemon. How you doing? Welcome. How you doing? We be talking about Unknown Armies. Ah, there we go. The game of cosmic bum fights. And so the Personamancer, it is literally like, I am the shadow to true self. No, not really quite like that. It's the idea of like acting is like by acting and by taking on a persona, by wearing a mask, you can become more real than you can become real enough. Like you become the person you kind of take over the persona for. Like you are aware of masks. You become that kind of like whatever you're embodying at the moment. And the idea is that like the paradox of that is like your identity is by borrowing other identities. The more you use other personalities, and the more you kind of do this, the more your own personality kind of fades, and the more you really prove that the mask doesn't mean anything. So like the idea of it's like, yeah, the icon of a person, if worn and channeled and really prepared, you can embody that. They're kind of like avatars a little bit, but they're not quite there. They don't really quite get it right. But the idea is if everybody can put on the mask and become Jason Voorhees, then Jason Voorhees is just some chucklefuck. I know he's also like a zombie and his mother and a bunch. The Friday the 13th movies are very silly, but yeah. They don't get any blasts. They get minor charges by pretending to be things they're not. The major charge is when you fool an audience. Like you basically would convince people you're the president. Like on national television, you would do that. So it's very hard to do. And then for significant charges in between, you have to pretend to be someone all day and convince someone that you are them. But the funny thing is, so the taboo of that, how you lose your charges, if you ever show your true self in front of another person, you can never stop wearing the mask. Like if somebody else knows who you really are, you lose all your magic. Oh, Aslan, I believe you do. And it's like a lot of like disguise, costuming. You can make a fake ID. There's one of them where like you can let's see. You can effectively fake. You can fake having a skill, like you're pretending to be a doctor. You can use I play one on TV and spend some charges to be like, oh yeah, I'm a doctor. I can do doctor things. And then you could also use it to affect your personality. You can straight up, what's it called? Or you can straight up use it to affect somebody's personality for an entire night. Where you could be like, you're a bitch now, like you're a coward, like you're normally brave, I make you a coward, and they can resist it, but if they fail, they get fucked up. And basically, if you get a major charges, you could steal the identity of another permanently, or like you can make like a spooky mask that after you die, someone puts it on, you can take them over. An interesting one that you can kind of combo is the what's it called? It's the idea of like, hey, if you go on TV and pretend to be the president and you convince enough people you actually are, you get a major charge. You spin the point and you become the president. Like people just think you're the president now. And then the actual president are like, why are you dressed like the president? They're like, no, I'm the real president. That's me, real president. Oh, Plutomancers. Oh god. These are fun. We don't got that many more next. I think we got Portomancer soon. And the Urbanomancer and the Videomancer. Okay, we're getting close to the end of the Adepts. Oh god. I'm probably going to have to skim over what's it called? No, this game is late 90s, early 2000s as shit. And I love it to pieces. I love it to pieces. It's very good. But yeah, it is. The thing is though, it was new and edgy at one point. It's just no longer that. It's a time capsule game now, which I enjoy. Look at this asshole. So Plutomancers are very fun. They are legitimately the money is power guy, like that idea. But because you think money is power, you don't want to spend money. You want to hoard it symbolically to channel your power. So pretty much whatever you do, it's so basically you get charges by saving a bunch of money. I don't know how you get a major charge. Acquire $100 million in one lump sum. Okay. So you get the most, you get like a fuckload of cash. And you can no longer spend more than $1,000 on anything. Which, God, I mean, yeah, inflation wise, that'd be closer to 2,000. But even that is like going to make, they basically say like, yeah, this is why Plutomancers will have like a bunch of money. This is why they'll have a bunch of money, but they'll live in a shack. They'll have all their money in Swiss bank accounts. And you can basically do like a bunch of what would be your price to do a thing and be able to manipulate how people value stuff. I'm skipping really quick through this. I'm going real quick. Dictate the world economy for a day, which is interesting because Plutomancers, if they were really feeling it, they could chain major spells forever. You could control the globe by controlling the economy. Like you could make a resource that's very common in a region that you have a lot of interest in super valuable, and you just keep fucking around with it. All right. So now we're going to do the one that is probably, this is the one that when people Google this game, they find out and they're like, what the fuck is this? This is Pornomancy. I cannot show further. She's technically got her nipples covered, and there's a fucking TV guy, like just like a guy with Ramrod Publishing on him in like a janitor outfit. Okay, I could probably show the plumber too. There we go. I can show the generic porn plumber. Nah, it's not a pasties thing. It's fine though. There we go. You get some belly. So hey, architects, enjoy. Oh, that's horrible. I can't do that. I can't connect belly directly to the upper torso. So, Pornomancy is weird. And I know what you mean. How? That's a magical school based on pornography. How is it not going to be weird? I mean weird as it has the most lore in the setting. Like, I have to explain Pornomancy, unlike the others. In the world of Unknown Armies, there was a lady who was shooting a porn. Like, it was just like some regular woman doing some like real dirtbag, like not particularly nice porn, real not great shit. Like, it was legal, but like she's not having a good time. And in the middle of it though, she fucking like disappears in a ray of light. Probably could be something like that. Yeah, I forget exactly her deal. They mentioned a little bit more earlier, but I'm just kind of going off of memory and what they say here. She disappears in a ray of light, and everybody from like the guy fucking her to like the cameraman to like the fucking sound guy was like, "What the fuck was that?" And there was like a couple of tapes made of that. And every time they show it to people, they're like, "Oh my god, that lady just became a goddess. Holy fuck." And so a cult sprung around the cult of the naked goddess. And in by doing that, they are not necessarily like porn addicts or anything. They are trying to recreate the scenes of that in kind of symbolic homage to their goddess. And the idea, like, by channeling her, like, what led her to be a god, you kind of gain magical power from it. But the paradox of it is that in order to become free and mimic the art of a goddess, you have to denigrate yourself super hard to do so. Like, you're no longer having sex. You are doing routine, I am creating a sleazy porn that was already not great in order to get magical powers. In order to do that. And let's see. So yeah, you basically get your magic doing sex rituals by finding like doing the ritual itself gets you a minor, reenacting the scene gets you a significant by finding people that like you do it like scene for scene identically with somebody who looks a lot like them, and like you might get like plastic surgery to look more like her, or just change your appearance. And let's see. And the major charge, which no one's ever really sure, is that in theory they're like, okay, she was doing porn. She probably did another porn film before. But this is like late 90s, early 2000s where it wasn't like globally distributed. Like nobody knows if they exist. So they're like hounding high school relatives and ex-boyfriends like, "Hey, did you ever film you? Hey, remember this ex of yours? Did you film yourself fucking her?" And he's like, "What are you talking about? Why do you people keep asking me this?" And you're like, "Please, please, 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 please." And then the taboo of this school is if you ever have sex or the outside of doing the ritual. Do you love somebody? Did you have like a late night fling? Too bad you lost all your magic shit lips. And it's a lot of like romancy, sexual kind of personality, personal magic. Got some desire, got some love spells to make people fall in love with somebody or in lust with somebody. You can just straight up paralyze someone, which is kind of wild. And basically, as far as I can tell, not really. I don't think it's necessarily. So you lose all your charges. You can do it again, but like if you had a bunch of charges built up. So like one way that you could defeat a pornomancer is if you fuck them, but in a not ritual way. But considering that they are like the sex magic people, I don't know. It would be very hard to do so. If you get a major charge, maybe straight up you could become as famous as Stephen King, regardless of talent. Sure, okay. And the Urbanomancer is, oh my god, he's in the most glorious tracksuit of all time. Oh crap, we are running a little late. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. I'm not going to read super much into Urbano, but they're one of those people like, yeah, I walk the city. I know its streets. The city speaks to me and I get its secrets. And the city and me got a personal relationship going on. And the paradox is that like the city is super important to you and the city could not give a fuck you exist. And you get minor charges by like walking around the city, blocking intersections, affecting the city in a major way, or like personally changing a huge portion of the city. And they got like city magic stuff. Oh crap, we got Videomancer. Videomancer I do want to talk about a little bit because it's Videomancer is the most dated school of magic. And even and the Portalmancers straight up have a videotape as part of their lore. Videomancers are people that are obsessed with TV and like watching TV live. For them, like TV is society, TV is reality, TV is people. Like why? Like if you want to know that, oh god, there are Teletubbies in the back. Straight up Teletubbies in the back. I did not notice that until right now, and I've owned this book for a while. The idea is like it's like you see the hidden meaning of TV and like its effect on humanity, but the idea is like the idea is like the paradox is that TV connected everybody back then, and now there is what's it called? Now, but by focusing on doing nothing but watching TV all day, you self-isolate like a motherfucker. The thing is, they did do a reboot 3 years ago. I don't know what they changed the adepts as well. They changed the adept schools. I don't know what the new ones are like though. Like some of those might have changed. It's like there's like a couple of like there's also a very funny one that like I did look up in some of the source books called like Gnomon, which is basically getting internet magic back when the internet was like a new spicy thing. Yeah, I'd have to look at the 3rd edition sometime because they do change it up to be like more modern. And you get magic by watching TV. And literally, if you ever miss your shows, effectively like you watch a show live, you get a significant charge. You watch a rerun, you get a minor charge. If you somehow star in a show, you get a major charge. And all these are kind of like cheeky film powers to like fast forward and rewind and mute, stuff like that. And if you can get a major charge somehow, you can bring a character from TV to life. You could make Lucy from I Love Lucy real, which is fun. All right. Those are all of the adepts. Let's see. Let me see if I can find a good one to use. So adepts are somebody who embodies a concept. And we were talking earlier the idea of like, wouldn't it be? I think it was Aslan, was it you who were bringing it up earlier that like, wouldn't it be wild if adepts like battled like there's like a hierarchy and they have to battle for each other and like the stronger ones absorb the weaker ones? Yes, that kind of exists. So the idea with adept magic is you embody an archetype. This one is the messenger, the one who kind of like spreads. Like, who basically kind of like spreads the news. Or like, what's another good one? Or the archetype of the mother. Like to become the most motherly person of all time. Like the embodiment of the concept of being a mom. Now, as you do that, so avatar magic is weaker than adept magic because it's a lot more subtle and it takes longer to grow. So like the embodiment of the mother, you begin to do that. You effectively get a skill called Avatar. And as the skill gets higher, like once you get between 1% to 50% in the skill, you get some extra, like you can basically have like a maternal comfort with you at all times. You can do the mama bear like rage at higher levels. If somebody tries to harm you, you can cause madness because they see like a flash of their own mother when they try to stab you. Or if you are in the presence of an endangered child, you physically cannot die while that child is around. But the idea is, unlike adepts that stay cloistered away and don't interact with each other, avatars interact with each other a lot. Sometimes they're doing this and sometimes it's like too subtle. You could be the group mom powered by mom. Yeah, exactly. But the idea, though, for the cosmic game, and this is sort of like weird because adepts don't really have a place in cosmic, like the highest tier of Unknown Armies, which I'll describe very briefly now before we kind of go into me showing off like how would you run this hell game, Hal? It's like this. Once you there is a thing called the invisible clergy. There's a certain amount of seats in there. And whenever somebody becomes the most embodiment of their archetype, they get called to that. And every so often, the world resets from basically the beginning. And whoever is occupying those archetypes help dictates the next cycle of the world. And the thing is, once you really realize what's about magic, it's kind of the thing that billionaires do. Like, millionaires buy yachts. Billionaires get into politics. Because after a while, the flash and the glamour doesn't mean anything. You want control and power, and you want to take your vision and spread it across the universe. So you and other adepts effectively entered the effectively what's like a great game, where you are trying to ascend and kick out the person that was previously there. And so you might do that by like killing the other person, who at this point, if you're making a serious run for ascension, you have like a ludicrous amount of resources behind you. Like, you might also be rich, but also you could just have like a whole fucking cult at your beck and call. You might have like favors from like high-ranking politicians and people in industry. You might be the ruler of a nation, straight up. And you got to keep trying to push your way until you can reach that ascension level and kick whoever else is there, join the choir, and hold on to that spot until the world resets, and then you dictate reality. It's kind of the ultimate goal of a cosmic level campaign, which is wild. How's Halloran? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? I don't have a lot of high expectations for the Final Fantasy XIV RPG. I would like for it to be good. I don't necessarily believe it will be. So yeah, that's kind of the really funky bits of Unknown Armies, and we are going a little late. I just want to really briefly kind of like explain like effectively what I would consider to be some like easy to grasp plot points for this game. There we go. I just deleted a bunch of stuff. All right. So let me get Obsidian out. All right. Also, I need to move my body so that was a lot of game to digest. And you still might be like, how in the country fuck would I run a game of Unknown Armies? And there's a couple. I try to give some examples with like the bookstore lady and with the starting character. So like we'll say we'll have street level. Can I tab from that? Okay, we'll do street, and then we'll do global. So we'll do global right now because it's fresh in our minds. Actually, no, I'll go back to street first, because street would be like, if someone was to run this game, I would recommend they do it at street. Oh, fuck yeah. Congratulations on being Victoria, by the way. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. So a good street level game is like, we could, let's see, paranormal investigators. I feel like this would be the easiest one to grasp, like a kind of like DIY X-Files. Like, you're cruising around in like let's say like in a van, traveling the country, looking for rumors. Because that gives you the option. You could roll, like, you could even do it like episodic. You like roll into town, you hear weird rumors, and then you investigate those and like figure out if they're true or not, figure out what exactly is going on. And the big thing with that too is like, you could begin to lay the seeds. So like, you can lay the foundation for global. So it's like, hey, in this town, there's a rumor of a drunk man who beat someone to death in a fight without stopping drinking. And you're like, huh, that's weird. And then you learn about adepts. Or like, you might find somebody like who worked like a preacher in a small town that's like legitimately, like, they say he's a faith healer, and he might be doing some like avatar demagogue magic. He might not even believe in God, but by being the most priestly priest he could ever priest, he's doing adept stuff. So that's a good way to do it. That's a good way to do it. One thing I've done is like, you can also just like take a rumor and build from that. Is another way to do it. The way I did it before, I think this is a pretty easy to go seed. See, weird inciting event sort of drags normal people into the paranormal. So the way I did, I actually ran this game before. It didn't, unfortunately, like a lot of tabletop sessions, it just didn't reach completion because that just happens sometimes. That just happens where just like a group just doesn't quite make it. I did one where the party all had a friend named Greg. And see, they say Greg was the best friend ever. And then one day, though, Greg went missing. Which is not that big of a deal. People go missing all the time. But the key thing was like nobody but them remembered Greg. So like all these people got together and they're like, "Hey, you remember Greg, right?" Like, yeah. But you'll talk to other people. Like let's say you worked with Greg at the office and you're like, "Hey guys, why is it Greg showed up to work?" And they're like, "Who the fuck is Greg? We haven't had anyone named Greg here." And you're like, "Haha, funny guys." And you're like, "No, really." And then you look through the records at work. Greg never worked there. And you're like, that's odd. Or like straight up, you could have been like Greg's longtime friend. Like maybe Greg was your childhood friend. Or maybe you had a crush on Greg. And just like one day no one remembers him. And then like you all looking around like your local small town, like maybe you're on Facebook. You're like on Facebook, like, does anyone remember Greg? And then everyone's like, I have no idea who the fuck Greg is. But then like all of you are like, yeah, I do. I remember Greg. That's weird that we all remember Greg. And then you could just kind of spin the plot into like, what? Like what happened to Greg? And there's probably likely some magical bullshit going on, whether he ascended as an avatar or like some occultist fucked this shit up real good. You got options for that. I think you could also run a whole I have an idea in my brain of like a Bigfoot focus Unknown Armies campaign. I think that would be fun. Global. So global stuff is like as I'm running a magical society. So there's a lot like once you get to this tier, you got your cabal, and cabal's got problems. More magic, I spelled it wrong. Sorry, mo magic, mo problems. So it's like, yeah, you got foot soldiers now. You're that big of an occultist. Those foot soldiers, maybe they get into some shit. Maybe a rival cabal is kind of entering your territory and doesn't want to play nice. Maybe you have to work with a couple rival cabals to deal with an issue. All kinds of stuff like that. So you could just do like magical hobo politics. Another thing you could do adept war. Two adepts, same type, fucking hate each other. They fucking despise each other. So like I think what the juice you would get from this one is like, okay, there's two sides you could definitely kind of lean into. And like adepts, if they want to kill the other one, because adepts are paranoid weirdos that basically hermit up super hard, like they're probably working through a shitload of intermediaries. They might be calling in favors, which might get you all involved. There's a lot you could do with that. And even like if you do end it and kill one, that might kind of loop back into idea one. Like you kill an adept. Well, great, that adept worked for another cabal, and they're pissed you killed him, and then now that's your issue. So I think these are like a good foundation. I think this is a good foundation. I also think you could also do the paranormal thing where it's just like a small town, like a kind of nowheresville, USA dealio, where everything's weird. And the more you kind of look into it, the more you realize just how fucked everything is there. I think this is a good layout. And this is a good setup. I think that's it. And with that, yay! Unknown Armies. I hope you all like learning about Unknown Armies as much as I liked talking about it. Unironically, I hope you did though. I love Unknown Armies. It's a very fun game. I would like to run it again sometime. I'm not going to do Fatal again. If I'm doing an RPG, it will be Engine Heart. I love Engine Heart, and more people need to know about Engine Heart. It will be that. Oh yeah, there's also a bunch of source books. Yeah, there's tons. I have not looked into the source books. I don't know how good they are. But like if you need options. Also, something that people do online, especially if you like look in the sub TG archives, people getting together and putting rumors lists for unknown armies is very common. That's like a very kind of common communal homebrew in unknown armies. Where like, hey, are the rumors in the book like do they suck? Do you not like them? People have made more. Don't worry, you can just steal from them. Very good. It's very good. All right. And with this, I think that would be time to wrap things up to a close. I'm gonna end the YouTube side of things. Bye bye, YouTube audience. Bye bye.